I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mother told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make a bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was called with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while sizzling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your man's Uncle Freezy. What's good? The #1 chief rocker in Knicks universe. What's good? Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. Hold on, let me make some adjustment. Hold on, let me make an adjustment here. Hold on. That is better. What's good? Good morning, people. Good morning, party people in the place to be. Let's start this thing off right. Right? Blue tears, orange tears, Blorange tears. Bim, bim, bim. Let's go. Let's go. Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some loot and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, oh, yeah. What's good, y'all? Corey Lee in the building. Pudge Nice. What's good? Kaiser Saucy. What's good? Got ESPN playing in my ear, of course. You put it on mute, and of course they unmute you and play it. Thank you, ESPN. All right, all right. Let me also jump in by using a quote by the great American poet Grand Poobah. Grand Poobah says, "Now a lot of people think this is easy as it looks. Books and books of rhyme concepts and hooks. Stressing and stressing to get thoughts manifested. Session and session to hit it. No, session and session to get thoughts manifested. Stressing and stressing the world with a blessing. Bim. There we go. 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 Let's go. All right. Let me jump into the tip off because I already know what y'all want to talk about. I already know what y'all want to talk about. Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell, right? Does the Knicks front office have what it takes to get Donovan Mitchell in a Knicks uniform? I'm excited about the question, not the result. Okay. I'm excited about the question, not the result. Will the Knicks have what it takes to get Donovan Mitchell in our Knicks uniform? What's good, y'all? Salute, y'all. What's good? What's good? Oh. Will the Knicks front office have what it takes to get Donovan Mitchell in a Knicks uniform? Do y'all even want him? Chat. Do you want Donovan Mitchell? Do you want Donovan Mitchell? And what star are you going to bring along with him to accompany him here? L Train is in the building. Not Zay says, but can we get him without trading RJ? Hey, bruh, hey. I know a lot of y'all saying rebuild, right? Me too. And my preference is tear it down, rebuild with blue chippers. I want to build this organization in the mold of a team that never won a championship. So I want the Knicks to rebuild the franchise like the Orlando Magic did with Shaq and Penny. I think that's the blueprint. I think Shaq and Penny, Dennis Scott, Nick Anderson, Jeff Turner, Anthony Bowie, Anthony Goldwire, Brooks Thompson. I think that's the blueprint. Keith Turner, salute. Hoko TV, what's good? Cash out James, what's good, man? It's good to see y'all. Right. I'm asking because I don't care nothing about. Is that for me? Thank you. Mo was like, yo, get your popcorn ready. Can y'all tell us that's popcorn ready? There you go, Ben. All right. Yo, Fulton Phil's in the building. What's good? DJ Airhorn. Work. What's good? PH, what's good? Happy birthday, yo. Happy birthday. What's good? Najee says, if everything is on the table, Spider and AD, Bim. Recognize is in the building. What's good? What's good? Yo, I know these times have been all over the place, man. I've been rocking for like 9:45, 11:30, 11:45. Just bear with me, man. It's end of month stuff, man. It's crazy. Just bear with me. Malik Cologne is in the building. Soul Finger, what's good? What's good? What's good? Man, for those of y'all that didn't see, man, we had a dope episode of Vibes and Stuff live in the morning this morning. It was like from 8 to 9:40-ish. But yo, what type of rebuild would I do? First of all, I'm not satisfied until I get a blue chipper. Y'all know how I feel about that, right? I'm not starting a rebuild until I have a Kobe Bryant. until I have a Tracy McGrady. I'm not starting a rebuild until I have, and listen, I'm not talking Zach LaVine. I ain't talking about Bradley Beal. I ain't talking about Devin Booker. Right? Pudge Nice is in the building. What's good? I'm not starting a rebuild until I have a Kobe Bryant, a Vince Carter, a Tracy McGrady type player, and he's young, under 25. Jay Boogie, what's good? I'm legit not starting my rebuild until I have a bona fide somebody I can project to the Hall of Fame. Right? I'm not even calling it a rebuild until I get somebody that's projectable like that. C-Mac, what's good? C-Mac, the troll is in the building. What's good? I'm legit. Listen, if I got a bunch of young players, I'm still not calling it a rebuild. I'm calling it something like talent acquisition. Right? Because if I can think about this. Think about this. If I had the Miami Heat's roster, right? If I had the Miami Heat roster, I would offer Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, Bam Adebayo, and a bunch of picks for the Greek Freak or something like that. That's what I'm saying. Like for instance, who's the best young player in the league? Anthony Edwards? Is Anthony Edwards the best young LaMelo Ball? I'm trading the kit and the caboodle for LaMelo Ball. Right now. And people will be like, but what do I do with my Grimes jersey? Shit, I don't care. Burn it. I don't care. Because in a rebuild, it's not about your favorite player. In a rebuild, it's about getting legendary talent. Somebody that's going to be the anchor of your franchise. Right? You can't rebuild with ordinary. White Falcon was good. White Falcon, no, listen to me. LaMelo, listen, it's not just LaMelo. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay. Maybe this will register with White Falcon. White Falcon, this is for you. This is for you, White Falcon. I would trade the whole kit and caboodle for Paul George at age 24. And you ask me, what do I do with my RJ jersey? Shit, I don't know. Burn it. You got a 24-year-old Paul George, and you worried about a RJ Barrett jersey? RC Creative is in the building. What's good? Yo, I can't wait till I see Jay Boogie. If Jay Boogie show up, I'm definitely playing Bong Bing. I'm definitely playing that, yo. What I'm getting at is I don't hate the kids. I don't hate the kids. I love the kids. Like Trick Daddy. You know Trick love the kids. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is this. In a rebuild that's going to be sustainable, you need 3 superstar caliber guys. You need 2 Hall of Fame level potential guys. Like a Penny and Shaq, a Shaq and Kobe, a Mike and Scotty, a Steph and Clay. You feel me? You need that in order for it to be a Kyrie and KD. A KD and Kyrie. Brooklyn. It was good. You need, in order to be relevant, you need a Tim Duncan and Kawhi Leonard. You need a Tim Duncan, Kawhi Leonard, Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, right? You need a Clyde Drexler, Hakeem Olajuwon, right? You got to have. It takes two. It takes two to make a thing go right. It takes two to make it out of sight. It takes two. Right? So if you're building a young core, if you're rebuilding, you can't rebuild with ham sandwiches. Right? You can't rebuild with Nike Forces, right? You can't rebuild with a Honda Accord. Okay? You can't rebuild with mid everywhere. You can't rebuild with mid. Right? In order to rebuild, you have to build with something legendary, or at least the potential to be. Right? You just can't. You can't rebuild with. So if I'm the Knicks, so basically, y'all are asking me like, okay, Uncle Freezy, you got all the answers. How would you do it? So in my opinion only, I don't think you can rebuild with mid. Right? Everybody's smoking. You're like, nah, they ain't, nah, we don't want that. We want some Newports. You can't rebuild with Newports. For one, they'll laugh you out of here. Everybody's smoking, right? And then you like, nah, man, y'all put that down, man. I got something for you. I got some Newports. Short in the box. No, man, you can't rebuild with no, man. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is this. If you are going to rebuild, you have to rebuild with exceptional talent. Right? You have to rebuild with exceptional talent. So figure mind ain't quite right, man. So figure mind ain't right, man. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about you can rebuild with some cools. Soul figure is a nut. Man. Yeah, man. So C-Mac says the Pistons in 03 build with mid to win a ring. Yeah. But that wasn't sustainable though. Right? That wasn't sustainable. Yeah, and that wasn't sustainable. Man, I'm thirsty. I don't know when. Yeah, man. So my thing is there are a lot of teams that are going to try to skip steps to try to win a championship, right? But we all know that skipping steps does not lead you to. Thank you. Is this frozen? Okay. In my opinion, you can't. In my opinion, other franchises can afford to skip steps. The Knicks, however, no. Here's the Knicks thing, skipping steps, right? Oh, Randall just had a bad year. And this is just an example. Randall had a bad year You know what I'm saying? Let's try to recapture what happened 2 seasons ago. Let's bring in Ricky Rubio and bring Reggie Bullock back and see if we can make the finals with that. I think we can. I think we can catch lightning in a bottle. No. 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 Mm-mm. No. Let's bring in. Here's us skipping steps, right? Here's us skipping steps. Let's bring in Ricky Rubio, Otto Porter Jr., and Reggie Bullock, JaVale McGee, and make a run at it. That's an example. That's the example, right? Let's bring in Ricky Rubio, Otto Porter Jr., and JaVale McGee, and see if we can put them around Randall and make a run at a championship. We can't skip steps like that. Because even if we caught that lightning in a bottle, even if that team won, you can't expect Randall, Otto Porter Jr., and Ricky Rubio to become a dynasty, right? You ain't going to give up all your kids and all your future, you know what I'm saying, just so that Ricky Rubio and Otto Porter can win a ring and then be gone. And then you don't have them and you don't have kids. Okay. Here's the thing. Get Bill, right? Bill, Randall, Otto Porter, Ricky Rubio, and Miles Turner. Right? You keep RJ, you keep Fournier, you keep Bullock, you keep Mitch. But Obi and IQ are gone in that Bill deal. So what I'm getting at is this. Pick a young star. And this is just my opinion. And I'm not saying that it's right. It's just how I feel after watching this team for all these years. This is how I feel, right? I want to know how you feel also. Tell me what y'all are thinking too, right? Because the thing is, none of us have the right answer, right? Or at least the answer hadn't revealed itself yet, right? The answer has not revealed itself yet to us, right? The answer hadn't revealed itself yet. The right way, the path to a championship. Sherwin M, what's good? The path hadn't revealed itself to us yet. So we don't know, right? But we guess that skipping steps won't work for the Knicks because it didn't work in previous iterations. So Sherwin M, that's not what we're doing right now. So what was asked is, well, how would Uncle Freezy start a rebuild? I would start a rebuild with a bona fide legendary foundation piece. And how do you know a guy is going to be that at age 21, 22? They show you a sign. There'll be a star brighter than any other in the northern sky. You'll see. You'll know. You'll know. Three wise men will lead you to the golden child. Trust me. Hulk says, can anyone send this video to Leon? He has to get right. And AB says, gotta find that piece first, right? Because locating the piece is paramount, right? Locating the piece is paramount because before you acquire it, you have to know where it is. Wow. Right. Hard Will was good. Was good. So if I'm doing it, I'm finding that piece, right? If it's a college guy and I know it, I feel in my gut that he's that guy, I'm moving heaven and earth to move up in the draft to get him. Give you an example. With the number 1 pick in the NBA draft, the Detroit Pistons select Chet Holmgren, right? With the number 2 pick in the NBA draft, the Orlando Magic select Jabari Smith, right? Now you have Paolo Banchero on the board at 3 and Jaden Ivey at 4. Then, on my drafts. I'm moving heaven and earth to move up to 3. Not to get Banchero, right? Not to get Banchero, but to get Ivy. If I feel like Ivy is that guy that's going to take, if Ivy is that Westbrook type of player, I'm talking about young Westbrook in his prime, young Westbrook, a 26-year-old Westbrook, right? If Ivy has the potential to be a 26-year-old Westbrook, you think I'm not trading Quentin Grimes? Bye. You think I ain't gonna trade Grimes? Grimes, I like you. Don't get it twisted. But Grimes is not Westbrook in his prime. Say, for instance, in this draft, we're picking 7, and Ivy is on the board at 5. I'm moving heaven and earth to get Ivy if I feel like he's a cornerstone piece. If I feel like he's a Westbrook type player. Yo, Cully is in the building. Cully, you did a great job last night, yo. I hate that I couldn't jump on. I was listening the whole time. I hate I couldn't jump on, man. I wanted to rock with Cully last night, but it's the end of the month. And y'all know end of the month stuff. Y'all know how it is. And Kaiser Sose says, I'm probably staying at 11 and taking shitty on Sharp. I don't think he'll be there at 11. But the point is duly noted, right? The point is duly noted. If you think Sharp is that guy, right? If you think Sharp is that guy, you got to move heaven and earth to get him. White Falcon, I feel you. I think Cam Reddish is going to be your guy. I'm going to stay on the point. Right? But White Falcon, if you like Paul George, you are gonna love Cam Reddish, bro. Sherwin M says Shadion Sharp should go top 4. Listen, if he is a top 4 talent, and Kaiser Sose is sitting at 11 and says he wants him, then Kaiser Sose has to move from 11 up to 4 to get Shadion Sharp. Andy was good. Was good. AB says, I think the front office will draft the big and sign Brunson. Bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. I think the Pistons are gonna outbid everybody for Brunson so that he can play next to Cade Cunningham. I watched a Pistons video pod. Bro, Pistons fans love Jalen Brunson, bro. Knicks fans, we are all in competition for Brunson. I'm with Cully on this. If the Knicks don't luckily find themselves at 6, they got to trade up to at least 6. Cully, yes. Pistons fans are like, yo, we'll trade them. They have some kind of power forward. They got a power forward that they can spare. They have a power forward that they can spare. They need to, and they're talking about trading him to Detroit. I mean, trading him to Dallas for Brunson in a sign and trade. Andy, I thought it was 5. I thought it was number 5 pick. We couldn't the based on the lottery. Oh, we were 10, so it is 6. Okay. So it's some kind of weird lottery glitch where the Knicks can't get a certain pick because it's mathematically impossible. I thought it was 5. Andy says it's 6. Either way, 5 or 6. Either way. Grant is the person, Sherwin M. They're saying that Pistons fans would definitely do a Jerian Grant sign and trade to get Brunson so that all their young kids can play. Right? So that all their young kids can play. So Beef Stew can play. So Sadiq Bey can play. So Bagley can play. So yeah. And Chef NYK says the draft is deeper than people think. At least to number 14, you're getting a solid player. I agree. But in terms of the Knicks thing, though, in terms of the Knicks rebuilding, acquiring, landing in that spot in the lottery and trading to that spot are two different things. And that's the thing that I was trying to clarify. Like I know the Knicks can't land in a certain spot. So whether it's 5 or 6, whatever it is, right? But when draft day gets here, I would love to see the Knicks move up in the draft. Ironically, in a big heavy draft at the top 3, at least, I don't want the Knicks to take a big. I don't want them taking another power forward. I don't want them taking a center. I think in today's game, you need a dominant wing player. Dominant wing player. Right? So, not Zay, you think the Knicks are not moving up? I disagree. I disagree. I think this is the year. I think this is the year. This is the year that you do move up in the draft if you're the Knicks, because the prices today are not the prices of yesterday. They're cheaper, right? The prices in this draft are going to be cheaper, right? So I do make that move and go get a guy. Right? Cully says, I think we should focus on wings in the draft. I think so. I think so. Sherwin M says, I hope the Knicks package the pick for a point. Because even if the Knicks package the pick and a player for a point, if Randall is still here, what have you done? What have you done? Hector Gaston says, we need a superstar center. If we get Jovic from Denver and Fultz from Orlando, this would be considered a win in the offseason. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know, Cully, man. I don't know. If we were talking about trading up for Jaden Ivey, so what? By Cam, right? Right? I don't know. We talked about that, Mr. Vince, but I don't know. No, at Sherwin M, not all Knicks fans. We can't generalize. I don't have a problem with Randall, right? I have a problem with the way Randall has been handled, right? Because you take a guy that finished in 8th place in the MVP vote 2 seasons ago, say, how can we make this better? Well, you disorient him. You disorient him, right? Have the team be a disaster. The coach make a bunch of mistakes. You blame him for everything, right? A three-point shooting team that can't shoot. A three-point shooting team that can't shoot threes, and that same team can't hit free throws either. I don't know what it is. I don't know what to say to that. And so before it sounds like I'm all over the place, right? But before it sounds like I'm all over the place, the question was asked to me how I would rebuild, right? Let me do let me do this thing so I can get somebody up here so I can enjoy my popcorn. Yo, anybody interested in doing 6,000 push-ups in the month of May? Anybody out there that's into fitness? In the month of May, I'm going to try to do 200 push-ups a day every day for a month. And I think the total is going to be like 6,200 something push-ups, 6,400 push-ups. I don't know. What I want to do is try something different. See if I can blase. Yo, it's Cully. Cully, what's good?
Freezy Freeze, what up, man?
Man, I missed you last night, man.
It's all good, man.
Hey, what you do with the hair, bro?
I got it braided, got box braids.
Okay.
Got it twisted, yeah.
I see you.
I was overdue, man. I had a fro for a little while.
Yo, so your afro pose at 360 degrees, so that makes you the light-skinned Richard Roundtree? Is that what happened?
Like
Bars! No, that ain't me. That's K Solo. K Solo said that. Yeah, man.
I didn't know. I didn't know. I mean, it's not the biggest news, but I didn't know the Pistons like Brunson either.
Yeah, man.
But that makes sense. I mean, other teams gotta like him too. I guess we can't be the only team that likes him. We'll have some interest in him.
Right.
And then the stock is rising, man. They just got what's the name up out of here last night. I didn't even know.
Yeah.
He had good games without Luther. That's big stock, man. What do you think? What do you think of Brunson, Freezy?
Nothing.
Me neither. I like him, but I don't know about this team, man. I don't know. I think we got guards. I think we're good.
Right.
IQ, Deuce, Rose. We should just stick with that, man. Get some wings.
Yeah.
That's about it, man.
I would love that Brandon Ingram kid.
Oh. You know, this would be a perfect time now, man. Pelicans, I don't know their future, so we can try to make a run. You know who I mentioned last night on the show? I mentioned Miles Bridges. If we're talking about wings, I don't know, because
I heard that.
He's a restricted free agent. However, Jordan might drop the ball on him. I mean, yeah, he said he wants to stay in Charlotte, but Jordan might drop the ball on Miles Bridges.
But you can't pay him and Gordon Hayward.
Right. You can't pay him and Gordon Hayward.
Right.
So I guess they're going to lose one of them, right?
Yeah.
It's probably going to be Hayward more than likely.
Well, Hayward is under contract. They have to trade Hayward for nothing.
Oh, they had to trade him.
Right.
Oh. I guess that's
Hayward is there.
Right. Right.
So if you pay two dudes $30 million, that's $60 million. That's half of your salary cap for two dudes.
Right. Do they got to pay Rozier, or they already paid Rozier? That was like the first big signing of 2019 for Jordan.
Yeah. I'm not for sure.
Right. I mean, it's so. I mean, I don't know. I'm just keeping my eye on that Miles Bridges guy.
Right.
That's all. I've been saying that ever since I've seen that he turned down. Somebody also said in the comments last night he turned down a $90 million deal, 4 years. I guess he wants more. He wanted to bet on himself.
Cully, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Because it was funny. I was trying to get on the joint with you, but I was at a place. It was so loud that when I didn't have my headphones.
Nah,
when you said Bridges, I was gonna try to jump on, right?
Right.
Cully, I would give him the bag.
Me too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a good signing for the summer, and I'd say, okay, we did a good job. Miles Bridges, yeah, we let Jordan drop the ball, and then we get him. I said, watch Jordan. Jordan might drop the ball on him. He just might.
I'm saying 4 for 90, whatever. 4 for 100, whatever. 4 for 110, whatever.
I'll throw that, man. I mean, they also got to pay RJ. I guess that's another thing. Is that an issue too? Paying RJ and him, or not really?
I don't care. I can go over the salary cap to sign RJ.
You can. Right, exactly. You can go over the salary cap. I would take a shot at Miles Bridges, man. That's good free agency right there.
Right.
Because I don't know if they're looking at shooting. I don't know how Miles Bridges' shooting numbers are, but I will say he finishes well at the rim, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, you remember him dunking on RJ? Yeah, I think he does finish good at the rim. he dunked on RJ. I was like, oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? But I would say this. Right? If I sign Miles Bridges, right? I would trade for Devontae Graham from New Orleans. Clearly, they don't like him no more.
Yeah, I noticed that because I had to ask my friend the other day: is Graham even playing? Is he still playing with Philly?
Right.
Yeah, they don't see value in. Is it Alvarado that's taking his place?
Yes, Alvarado took his spot.
A brother from Brooklyn. Look at that.
Yeah.
Taking his main spot, man. I was thinking that too. We could you gotta pick up where teams don't like their players. You gotta look at that. Where they don't cherish certain players. Right.
And it's not the veteran, it's they have a new coach that just likes certain players. It's like Tibbs and Alec Burks. It's not a knock on. It's not that Cam can't play.
Right.
Tibbs is in love with Alec Burks.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so it's not like the new coach. It's not like Devontae Graham can't play.
Right.
The new coach just likes Alvarado.
Right. Willie Green. Right.
Yeah. Right.
Wait, charger. Oh shoot. My phone does. But yeah. Yeah. What's your name? What was I gonna say? Yeah, Graham would be a good pickup, man. That'd be a nice little. I wonder what they would want. They probably won't want one of our youngins though. I know it. They probably want quickly. For Graham.
Talking about New Orleans?
Yeah, they probably would want a youngin for Graham. They would definitely want quickly.
I would give them 2 second-round picks and tell them hurry up and buy. Hurry up and buy. Two second-round picks. And you want more than that, bro? Sorry.
Right.
Well, hey, here come our guy right here. Hold on. Let me cue up my
Copy
guy.
That.
Where's my guy at?
You can't be serious. I mean, really though? You mean to tell me that them Voltrons went out like that? Hey, yo, Nims, let me hold this for a minute. Bong bing, close the train doors. The broom swept, can't believe they got old Ford. Kyrie, you a problem child. Well, Ho said, shit, let me move my bowels. Bong bing, this must be a dream. I thought I saw Spike with the other team. Bong bing. What we talking about? No matter who's on your team, you in the Knicks house. That playing game don't mean you won inside the playoffs. Don't even talk to the media, take that jersey off. The 4 games I'm tuned in, you had the city watching. Don't even watch Philly play, just watch James Harden. That switch pick, never mind, I let my man take him. And now Katie having nightmares of Jason Tatum. That famous line by Loaded Lux says you gon' get this work. Don't talk to me about Ben, he said his back hurt. Now Kyrie, like Steve Nash, you can take the blame. Come next year, I'm going back to playing half them games. The truth be told, we don't care about your Barclays. When it comes to the city, this here's RJ's. My young Jims right now, yeah, they on some shit. From Obi Toppin, I man your ass real quick. A line flip, no, I feel bad for Blake Griff. That's the loss you gotta take to win a championship. Now you back like the New Jersey Nets. What you thought your Final Four was cutting down the nets. Bong bing, close the train doors. The broom swept, can't believe they got old Ford. Kyrie, you a problem child. Well, Ho said, shit, let me move my bowels. Bong bing, this must be a dream. I thought I saw Spike with the other team. Bong bing, what we talking about? No matter who's on your team, you in the Knicks house. When it comes to the city, it's always the Knicks. Like my man Nim said, it's bing bong. But y'all dudes over there with that New Jersey Nets thing, y'all get the bong ding. A totally different situation. You can never be like the Knicks in New York. You dig? And go ahead and get that trash up off the floor. Bong ding.
Bong Bing.
Yo, what's good? Salute. Three
What's good?
S's, top of the AM, morning.
Bong Bing.
Shout out to the chat. There go my little brother. Matter of fact, there go both of my little brothers, man. My oldest little
Them.
brother in the freeze and my youngest little brother, Cully himself. What's happening, man?
Yo,
Excuse me, man. I just came from the funeral, man. I'm dressed in all black, man. All black down, man. Just coming from the funeral. And I just got my urn. Yeah, I got an urn. And it's orange and blue on the outside. It says the Nets is gone. Yeah, just got a brand new urn. The Nets cremated.
Bim.
Bim.
Hey, yo, hey, Cully, when I first heard this, I was like, yo, I might do that Bong Bing challenge, bro. I might do that Bong Bing challenge, man. You know what I'm saying?
Bong Bing challenge?
Yeah, I was thinking I might get with J Boogie, man, and grab Cully and see if he wanted to do a little mix to that. You know what I'm saying? Uncle Freezy and Cully jump on there with J Boogie. I know I can't hold my own because I'd be with greats, but I just thought it'd be fun. You know what I'm saying?
You can do it, man. I mean, you talk about all the other hip hop. How you gonna know all that hip hop and can't spit?
Hey, man, I leave it to the dudes that are great at it, bro. I'm just I appreciate the art. For the dudes that do it, I don't try to dilute the game. You know what I'm saying? The dudes that do it are great at it. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Let them have their thing. You know what I'm saying? My mama told me I was good at other stuff.
That's you sitting right there next to Ali up there in the top screen. That's the great one. And hey, Freeze, I told him how we got at him one day on the pod. I told him how we got at him. Yeah,
the Cam Reddish one.
Yeah, Cam Reddish, bro.
Yeah, I told him he gonna get the diss track if he don't come outside.
Yeah, he don't come. Yeah.
Now I got a good little thing going on. I ain't trying to get my little small career ended, Cully. So
No, that Bing Bong, that Bong Bing track lit a fire under me, man. I like that track though.
Yeah, man. No
doubt.
What's happening? What we talking about this morning, man? Donovan?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. You see that boy went home. And when we say went home, you know.
In disappointing fashion, too.
In disappointing fashion.
He wasn't disappointed. That was an act mode, man. Y'all heard the talk earlier saying that if Utah don't get out the first round, Donovan gonna want him out of there. That's his move. I got that. He point shaved this series, man. He went out of there. He didn't go straight in the locker room after the game. He went straight to the trash can and took the jersey off. He coming. He can ready to pull a James Harden and say, yo, I want to go to the Garden. That's the only place. He coming. I'm telling you.
Destination's New York, man.
But what are we going to give up for him, though, bro?
What you mean?
The whole city.
Two first-round draft picks, Julius and Evan.
Because if they ask for Obi, I'm like, man.
We might have to give up Obi. If we have to give up Obi, I know I would hate to too, man. Because I ain't gonna lie, Obi would be good to look forward to next season. So then again, you know what? I'd say no, I don't know. I might not.
They'll take Julius because he's fresh on a brand new floor. See, ain't nobody going to Utah. Nobody going there. So Danny Ainge know that. Ain't nobody coming out there. So Danny Ainge looking for draft picks. And we one of the teams that got draft picks. You know what I'm saying? So what's a better way to help them? Give them some people that's fresh on some contract and give them some draft picks. Give them 2 first-round draft picks. Take this Julius and take this Evan Fournier, and we're going to get back and holler at you. We'll sweeten it up and give you 2 more, even second-rounders.
I was just going to say we'll give you three second-round picks. You can take those 2.
Oh no! You can't get them like that. You got to have at least 2 first-round picks. That's mandatory.
Right.
No, but the second rounders, we got a bunch of those to throw out.
Yeah, that's right. We hit them with 2 first, 2 seconds, and give them 2 contracts, and pray that they take it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I'll give up Mitch too, but yeah, I'll give him the first one. You said Boogie, Randall, Fournier, 2 first rounders.
So basically the root of it would be A Mitchell Robinson sign and trade to the Utah Jazz for Donovan Mitchell that includes Julius Randle, Evan Fournier, 2 firsts, and 2 second-round picks.
Why would they do that?
Hmm.
I mean, not with the Donovan Mitchell. See, that's why they stuck. That dude got a brand new $250 million contract.
Right.
Rudy, and nobody want him. So that wouldn't make sense for them to do a sign and trade for, you know what I'm saying, for Mitch when they got a starting center that they can't get rid of.
Right.
You know, somebody else we can throw in there, but I don't think I don't think they would do a sign and trade for Mitch.
Right. Because they already have Gobert. And they already have Whiteside.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
So you think when they get rid of if they get rid of Donovan Mitchell, they rebuilding?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I mean, they probably will be looking to get rid of Gobert too then.
Yeah, because they already have young kids. They already have good young kids, bro. Utah have good young kids that don't get a lot of playing time, but if you watch them on League Pass, they got some young kids that's gonna be something. You know what I'm saying? That kid Jared Butler is gonna be something.
I forgot he's over there, but I know Clarkson's gonna be staying there.
Yeah.
Clarkson's gonna be he's gonna be part of that young core, the young mentorship.
Right.
And you know, Danny Ainge is a picker. He know he's a picker. Right. Remember, he finessed Philly with the #1 pick, and overall, Jason Tatum was the best player in that draft.
Yep.
He finessed, so he won't picks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And remember the year before that, they took Jaylen Brown at 3, and people laughed at the Celtics.
Yeah.
They were like, "Who was Jaylen Brown?" Remember that?
I don't know. Well, I ain't gonna compare them two because Scotty's a champion, but I know when Chicago picked Scotty, it was the same way coming out of Little Arkansas. And I know, like you said, when they picked Jalen, they wanted to know who was that. You know, that's a shocking pick, but now he's turning out to be, you know what I'm saying? He's turning people's heads like, yeah, y'all still want to know who I am? This is who I am.
And that was 20, right? That got drafted? Jaylen Brown?
2016, you said?
Oh, because I remember I thought it was third year he started really balling out. But okay, maybe it was his second year.
I think it was the end of his second year, and they were starting the Morris twin over him, and they were mad. Remember the coup they was having? It was like Kyrie and all the vets, and then Tatum and all the old players. And you're like, yo, this thing ain't gonna work. And then Kyrie left, and my man started balling. Well, of course.
Well, he took off that first year Kyrie was there. Well, that was that 1 year Kyrie was there. He took off that first year though. I remember. So I remember that game against the Cavs. But I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I would like to have him too on the team, Jaylen Brown. But they ain't giving him up. So
no, but you can always draft Ben Mathurin. If you draft Ben Mathurin, you're getting just about the same thing, except right now Mathurin is smaller, but he shoots better.
Might be the same height.
No, I'm talking about in girth.
Oh.
Jaylen Brown's like 225. Mathurin is like 200.
Okay. Yeah. Both athletic.
If we could somehow, some way, wind up somewhere between 8 and 4, and if we could somewhere, if we could get to 4, and that boy Ivy is on the table, I'm cool with drafting him and going away from Donovan Mitchell. I'm cool with that. You know what I'm saying? But if not, and we somewhere between 8 and 5, and he's gone, that's the perfect picks to use for this year, and along with one next year, maybe the Dallas pick, and send them over there to Utah ASAP.
Wow.
ASAP. But you can't trick them with this pick and you somewhere outside the top 10.
Yeah. Because the pick is not attractive enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand your thinking on that. I think that's an excellent way of thinking about that. Because Because sometimes we think about first round picks are just first round picks, and all first round picks are not created equal. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, man. So, Cully, are you down with getting Donovan Mitchell, or would you just rather do a rebuild?
Honestly, both. Both. I'm kind of like I would support both moves. If we can get Donovan Mitchell where it won't hurt us, I'll take it. think I'd take it any day of the week. Although it would suck because, here's another guy that could have drafted easily. We never even had this convo, and then here we are taking an expensive route years later to get him. So of course I would hate it, but I would support it. I would support getting Donovan Mitchell. But if they decide to go full rebuild, I support that too. I've been wanting to rebuild for years. I think the fans deserve a proper rebuild.
But that wasn't what I asked. That wasn't the question.
Oh, my fault. Which one would I rather? I'm gonna say a rebuild. I say a rebuild.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I don't
You
know,
already
man.
know where I'm at. You already know my dream scenario. I broke it down yesterday.
Right.
That's that piece that can holler at another piece in 23.
Right.
And Donovan and the Joker is my dream scenario.
Right.
Oh, the Joker?
Yeah, he ain't staying in Denver. Crazy.
I
ain't staying in Denver. He gonna get that one more try. One more try because old boy won't dare. Murray. He gonna get one more try, even though he acted like Ben Simmons a little bit. He got cleared.
Yep.
He could have played.
Right.
But he chosen not to. So, dude, I need to know where your heart at. I'm gonna try this one more time with you. We don't do nothing with you, yo. 23, I'm gone.
Right.
Jokic might be a Knick, man.
And we have Batman and the Joker. And with the Riddler. And y'all know who Batman is.
Yeah.
You might have to give him a song next, Boogie.
Huh?
You might have to give Batman a song next.
I'm already halfway finished with it.
Bet.
You know who Batman is, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who Batman?
Mitchell.
No, that's the Riddler.
RJ is Batman.
RJ is Batman, dude.
RJ can't be the leader, bro. RJ can't be the leader of that group if you get Donovan Mitchell.
See, that's the thing. RJ is the one guy that if he developed rights, who they want to come play with. Because the heart.
Now I get what you're saying because I get what you're saying because RJ is an ordinary player, right? He don't have no superpowers. Like he can't jump out the gym. He don't run real fast. He don't have a sweet jumper. I get what you were saying, but it just didn't jive with me that RJ could be the leader of those guys when Donovan Mitchell can go off for 50 on any night against any defense. You know what I'm saying? So does that make him the Riddler because he's unpredictable?
Well, Chris Paul can't go off for 30, 40, 50. Well, Booker can.
Right.
But Chris is the leader.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
right.
That's what I need. See, them guys are players. You don't ever hear Joker saying too much. You don't hear Donovan saying too much. Them guys are just ballers.
Right.
But the locker room guy that's gonna, make sure everybody. And RJ just said he wanted to be a leader the other day in the interview.
Right.
So he's deserving of that shot.
Right.
Well, he's deserving of that shot.
I think I might agree with you. Because RJ does get the most out of the least. Right.
Yo, because you said it right. Best believe he has the least.
Yeah, because RJ don't look like a modern NBA player. Because he a big bone dude at guard. And guards aren't that big in the league anymore. You know what I'm saying? And wing players usually nowadays are super explosive. RJ Barrett is not that. You know what I'm saying? Either you're super explosive or you have a deadly 3-point shot, and RJ has neither.
But
he's still a good player, though.
Yeah, he has the one thing that can go the furthest,
Right.
and that's the heart. The heart
yeah.
can go further than any type skill set.
That's right.
You know, so that's a great thing that he has, man.
Right. So, Not Zay, thank you for the generous contribution. Not Zay says, Spider and AD, book it. Let's go Knicks.
Oh, no.
How do we get AD?
When you tell me off top that you don't want to bang, you don't want to mix it up, you can't play for me.
Right.
He's 6'11" and said, I don't want to play the big.
Right.
He's fragile.
Right. Right.
Skills, he's crazy.
Crazy.
But back to what we just said, the heart go further.
Yeah. Aaron says,
give us another one to go with Spider, my man, in the chat. Give us another one. I know you got it.
Miles Bridges? No?
Hey, I feel good today, y'all. I hope y'all feel good, man. You know, some days you feel gooder and better than some days. I feel good today, man.
Well, bro, I'm excited. I'm excited for that, man. When I hear stuff like that, they get me excited and pumped up, bro. They get me the one thing about me, and y'all notice this with me by now. Yo, if you feeling good, I'm feeling good. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how that works, right? I don't know if that's synergy or something like that, but no matter how I'm feeling, if I see somebody else feeling good, man, I'm with them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I guess that's just like some natural whatever. Maybe that's a conversation for another day. But when somebody be like, yo, man, I feel good today, I be wanting to rock with them.
Yeah, man. I feel good today, man.
Yeah, man.
I think I'm going to Pennsylvania in the morning. Take my little baby, go to the Sesame Street joint, Philly, wherever it's at out there.
Right. Are they open? I thought that didn't open until May.
I don't know. Matter of fact, I'm gonna have to double check. Right.
So Cully mentioned something. I don't know if you heard it, but he mentioned that he likes Miles Bridges.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jay Boogie. I like Miles. I was thinking because he's also a restricted. I think he's a restricted free agent this summer. Now, Jordan might drop the ball on him. That's just. I got that feeling that Jordan might drop the ball on him because Miles Bridges said he turned down a 90. He turned down a 90 mil 4-year deal from them already. He said he wanted to bet on himself. He tried to manifest it that he would be the most improved player this year. So he wanted to bet on himself. So I don't know. I just don't know how that sits in the eyes of Jordan. I don't know. Jordan might drop the ball, even though Miles Bridges, he said he likes playing in Charlotte, of course, as he should say that. But I just feel like Jordan drops the ball. That's a guy we should look at.
That's not a bad look. If you want to take Julius and do a sign and trade or whatever, I mean, if that's not a bad look because he's versatile. He can play the 3. So I feel him and Obi will work together a whole lot better than Obi and Julius.
Right.
They're trying to keep forces with that they can play together and work. No, it can't work. We don't have the personnel on the bench to know how to make it work.
Right.
So I like that. That's a good one right there, Cully. I like that.
Yeah, I peeped that from day one, man. When I first saw that, I think that was like early in the season too that I heard that too, and I'm like, that's a guy to watch for. I heard that like in November, December that he turned it down. I think that was when it happened. So I'm just like, I would take a shot on Miles Bridges, man. That's something to just watch. Keep an eye on that.
Right.
You know, the free agency is close.
He might have to go in that bag though.
He said he might have to go in that. What do you mean? Like he might have to? You mean like he might have to really like get touches?
No. Mike might have to go in that bag because that might see like when you got a potential superstar, when you got a potential star, all-star, young,
right?
You don't just give him the the bag, for the player. You give him the bag for everything he is. So like Melo can go to Mike and say, "Yo, what you doing? What you doing, Mike? I need him."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's
because
what it seems
it's his
like.
team. See, that's how you know we had nobody was the man of this team, because like Reggie Bullock and that was Julius' man. So you give Julius the bag. Okay, I got the bag. Yo, they didn't even bother probably call Julius in the office and tell him, yo, we let Reggie Bullock go, because Julius could have been like, yo, that's my man. What you mean where he going?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's my man. That's my dog. Nah, I need him in. So
got to have
Melo,
him.
they're not gonna make no decisions without Melo being involved, because that's the man. So to let Bridges go, Melo gonna have something to say about that. Man, you better go in there and get rid of Gordon Hayward and keep this dude. What's wrong with you?
Right. Yeah. I don't know how crazy I am about Hayward though.
They would have to give up something.
They have to give up something
with Hayward. They would have to they'd have to come to us and be like, yo, Julius for something. It had to be something crazy. Mitch for Gordon Hayward contract and a first round pick or something. It had to be something bananas. For somebody for a team just to take $30 million worth of man, who want bills? That's like, hey Cully, listen, can you pay my light bill for me? I'll give you a first round pick.
Excuse me for 1 second.
All right. Cully be like, I don't know if I can take, one first round pick, man. But if you give me 2 first round picks, I might take your light bill. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I'd like Bridges for the team, man. That's just me. Yo, that's just one guy. That's one guy. Like, I wouldn't mind throwing the bag at Bridges, man. I see some people on board with me in the chat. Right. Some.
So, Cully, just for the record, his cap hold for next season is $16.9 million.
Okay.
I think I saw that right. So it's, wait a minute, let me look one more time.
16.9?
No, 16. I'm sorry, 16.264479. So it's 16.3, and the source I use for that is Spotrac, or whatever you want to call it.
Right. And that's Miles Bridges' cap hold.
Yep, for the 2022-2023 season.
Oh, well, that man wants more.
Yes.
Well, this year he's gonna want more. Even though Charlotte ain't what would have upped his value? The playoffs. They didn't make the playoffs. That would have upped his value. Then he could have said, "Okay, I want this much."
Right.
Because Charlotte would have played. Who would they have played? The Heat. Probably would have lost to the Heat though.
Yeah, they probably lost to the Heat.
They probably would have lost.
They'd probably got choked. The Heat would have choked them out. You know what I'm saying? The Heat would have made them look bad. You know what I'm saying? The Heat probably would have deboed them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So maybe it was a good thing they didn't. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Rob the Knicks was like, yo, I'm in the chat, man. Somebody put the, Rob the Knicks, I don't know. But yeah, man, I think you can get Devontae, what's his name?
Devontae Graham.
Devontae Graham for real cheap. You can get Miles Bridges and mess around and add like Miles Turner, and all of a sudden your team look different.
He threw Miles Turner in there. Is Miles Turner? You know, he should be cheap. He should also be cheap next year in free agency.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of Miles Turner.
Me neither. I like him, but not the biggest fan for the Knicks.
I don't. I know he does a lot of stuff, but does he impact winning?
Right. We have yet to see because of the injury.
Right, because some, you know how some of the people, you remember the year when people were like, "Yo, Davis Bertans is going to get $20 million," and Davis Bertans got $18 million. And I was like, Davis Bertans, he a shooter, but he don't impact winning.
Right.
You know
what it was? Was that 2 years ago he got that? That was because shooters are even expensive now. Every team needs those.
Right. Yeah, man.
So he don't impact winning though. But yeah, teams need their shooters. Shooters got paid 2 years ago.
Shooters got paid, bro.
Joe Harris, him.
Oh, Joe Harris, Lord have mercy.
You know?
Where was we at when people was throwing money around, bro? Cully, where were you and I when people was throwing money around, bro? We not good enough? Yeah, I might have to get on that Bong Bing beat or something. I gotta get paid, bro. You know what I'm saying? I gotta do the Bong Bing challenge, bro.
That was the most anxiety I had, man, because we I think this is after the draft. Free agency, and we just sitting here. Who we signing?
Right.
Oh man, it just hurt me. And then here we go. We re-signed Elfrid Payton. Man, I was pissed. You have no idea, Freezy. I was pissed, man.
Bro, we don't want to see you pissed, but yeah, I understand.
Right. When I first seen that we let him go, and then I seen that we re-signed him. Oh man.
You were like, what? Come on.
I was disappointed, man.
Yeah.
How you disappointed? I'm saying, so I'm like, okay, so we're not getting a point guard.
Yeah. Man, I ain't even gonna lie to you, bro. Man, I've been so tired lately. You know me, I love the Knicks Morning Drive, right? So man, I've been so tired. Like what it is you know how you get on, like you go to work, man, and you got new people and don't nobody know how to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like you doing all the heavy lifting and stuff. It's the same shift and all that stuff. Everything is the same, but you doing extra stuff. And then all of a sudden you get home and you put you some breakfast in the microwave, and next thing you know, you put something in the microwave, and then next thing you know, it's like you been dozed off for like an hour. You're like, dang. You go in there, you're stuffing the microwave cold. You're like, shit. You're like that type of vibe. That's where I'm at right now.
Right.
Like just exhausted, man.
I hear you.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me back out Soulfinger. Let me back Soulfinger out. I forgot. Let me do this real quick.
Salute.
Yo. Yeah, and Charlie Ward was the worst point guard the Knicks ever had.
You know, that's a lot.
Hey, CWC was good. I'm just messing around with you.
What's up, guys? What's up, Uncle Freezy? What's up, Jay
man?
Drop? Showfinger?
Salute.
It's going down.
Hey, did I tell you Bronson going to beat Utah? I told y'all that. Man, bring Bronson to the Garden, man. What we talking about? Bring Mouse turn to our center. What we talking about? Come on, man. Let's get it, man. Come on, man. Dude's scoring 24 points a game, and we don't want this guy?
But Rob the Knicks said we got to rebuild slow. You just can't skip steps, bro.
But check this out.
The Knicks don't never be wrong.
Brunson is not skipping the step. Brunson is adding the talent.
We can't have IQ running a point guard all year next year because, you know, kids going to scream at him every time he comes down the court. Man, we can't have that, man. Come on, man. Do y'all want to see that? Kids screaming at IQ every possession?
He won't be screaming at him his fourth year.
You crazy.
He won't.
He screaming at
already. Hey, I got a low key. Well, on the high side, agree with Rob on that. He in his fourth year. He ain't be screaming at his grandson like that.
Hey, if somebody got some feedback, is that Cully? Is that you? You got headphones?
Oh, my fault. I muted my fault. I just muted mine. It's my fault.
Okay. All right. Yeah, man. So
but I do feel what you're saying, CW, but I don't see it happening. I think Bronson's gonna be staying right there in Dallas, bro. They're not gonna let that go.
If Bronson want to go, that's the whole thing. If Bronson want to go,
Yeah,
his dad never said that he wanted to go. His dad
sure
said that
did.
they're gonna have to pay to keep him.
right.
but they didn't. I heard they didn't give Bronson an extension too, and he got mad about that too. He like, okay, y'all gonna play me? Okay, I'm gonna go on the market.
Okay.
But see, these are all the early, but these are all the preliminary talks. You know how this stuff goes, man.
Yeah, you done negotiated before CWC.
But you don't know who believes though. You have to believe the player.
Like I said, you can believe the player all you want, but last thing I remember hearing is money talk.
You know, the other stuff won't. And they come up with the right size bridge truck. It's a wrap.
He gonna be sitting there talking about deep in the heart of Texas.
Yeah.
You got
Dallas going to overpay for him too.
That's Dallas overpaying him.
Yeah, that's Dallas' problem.
That's Dallas. That's day one.
That's not no rumor. His dad put that out, man. They came to him with $55 million. And he was like, "Nah, we're gonna bet on ourselves." And then later on, they came back with another offer, and he was like, "Nah, it's too late in the season."
Right.
Yeah, I heard that too, man.
Okay.
Yeah, that was his dad saying.
And after the show he put on in this first round, and then we'll see what he does in this next go round against
who they play in the second round.
Did they play the Warriors? Oh no, or they play the winner of that?
I think they're playing Phoenix. I
Suns.
believe.
They play the Suns.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
No, they play the Warriors. They play the Warriors.
They play the Warriors.
Nah, Phoenix Suns and Dallas get ready to play.
Yeah, Phoenix and Dallas.
Phoenix and Dallas. I said Phoenix and Dallas.
Yeah, Jazz play the Warriors, and
we'll see how he handles. Hey, we'll see how he does against the number one NBA team, and what he does. He has a good. Even if they lose and he has a good showing, his stock is going to rise even higher.
Right. Playoffs is where that stock rises at, man.
Yeah.
And he did his thing first round, so.
Yeah, like you said, if you're gonna be a monkey, be a gorilla, and he was out there like a silverback. I gotta give him his props.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yo.
Yep.
Right.
All the way, baby.
Okay.
He looks special out there.
I do not want Mitchell though. I do not want Mitchell on our team.
Talking about Mitchell Robinson?
No,
Please don't say Donovan Mitchell, bro.
Yeah. Cause
Well, who do you want, CW?
no, check this out. No, check this out. Y'all know how y'all was getting on like Randall with his attitude, things like that, his character. I think Don Mitchell like that too, like on the low key. Because if you think about it, he a combo guard, right? What combo guard ain't getting his center? He getting his center 2 possession a game. Like he giving the ball to him 2 times a game.
Well, that's because
Gobert's
not really. Yeah, he's not really an offensive threat like that.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying, he a law threat though. You know what I'm saying? Come on, you won't give your center two possession a game like that, and you already know they beefing. So is it a personal thing he got against Gobert?
This dude is backstage with this ugly Giants jersey on. This is I almost threw up just now. I almost threw up just now. You know the Giants ain't nothing. He's showing up with a Giants jersey.
They draft well.
Man, what are you talking about, man? New York Giants all the way.
Man,
they had a good draft.
All the Yankees, baby.
Yeah, I had to go back and watch the rest of it. I fell asleep after we got out. We did what we did at our last pick.
Man, what is that? A Phil McConkey jersey?
Nah.
Hey, yo, Ray, you look good, man. Yo, Ray, you look beautiful, baby. Beautiful. See, don't let that guy take your shine. See, that's what happens when a dude don't have a pick in the first round. And they don't even got a reason to watch the draft. Okay. And then they come on with an orange Chicago Bears toboggan on. They didn't even get a draft last night. We took that with the 7th pick and got an offensive tackle. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, look, that shirt looks like it go good.
Boogie, you ain't had to go for my neck, bro. You could have at least extended this out. You ain't just had to wipe me out in one punch, bro. You ain't had to.
That shirt looks like it go good with fire. That shirt looks like it go good with fire.
Mike Tyson punch out, bro.
Hey, Freezy. That shirt look like it go good with fire.
Yeah.
It look like it go good with fire.
Yeah.
Nah. Who y'all Giants wears that?
Who jersey is that? Who's that? Howard Cross?
That look like kindling.
Yeah.
That look like kindling for this fire.
Look like something I need to change my oil with.
We got Giants haters.
Yeah, listen. It's all good. My wife got me this jersey, a custom jersey, because it's the year I was born. She bought it for my birthday, and you know.
Okay. Yeah, good wife there. You know sport.
Hey, I'm sorry, Uncle Freezy.
Bro, you was born in '87?
Yeah, I was born in '87.
It just don't. Golly, bro.
I
was at Fort Polk, Louisiana. What?
You was in Fort Polk, Freeze?
Golly, what's?
Hey man, me and my twin brother. My twin brother, '87.
Oh man. Yeah, man.
But it's all good. I know the Chicago Bears got their franchise quarterback, but I got problems, man. I got problems.
No, the Knicks have problems. The Knicks have
Bears,
problems, right?
The Chicago Bears.
Hey, I'm gonna go off and come back on.
All right, boss. All right.
Now the Chicago Bears got problems.
Yeah.
They need to figure it out. But anyway, I wore it just for you, Uncle Freezy. I wore it just for you.
Hey, this wife beater. I wore this wife beater just for you, bro. I want this wife beater just for you, man. You know what I'm saying? These cut off khaki shorts and these Debos I'm wearing. Yeah, man, just for y'all, bro.
Hey man, we just woke up.
But nah, man. So Rayology, I gotta tell you, you and Stafford Don were absolutely right about the Utah Jazz, and I didn't want to hear it at the time. Well, no. Let me say that differently. Mm-hmm. I didn't understand what y'all were telling me at the time. Okay. Right? Not that I didn't want to hear. I didn't understand what y'all were relaying to me at the time. Like the momentum is building towards like this crescendo that's going to be a Utah Jazz grease fire. I didn't get it when y'all was saying it at the time, and I probably should have listened better, or at least did some research at a bare minimum. But now It looks like heads are gonna roll. It look like heads are gonna roll in Utah, bro.
Well, you know, Quinn Snyder about to put him in at jettison. They about to jettison him up out of there. They lost in the first round. How many years straight?
I've been saying it since since January. Like, they got real problems. Like, when you take a step back, I know sometimes as Knicks fans we can jump out the window, jump off a cliff. I mean, whatever you want to call it. Like, yo, we're really, really hyperbolic, reactionary fan base. But when you look around the league, there's some teams that got some real problems. And
deep rooted.
Deep rooted. I'm looking at Utah. I'm looking at some of these other teams like the Lakers. Like, Utah has Laker type problems, and they're only a first round playoff team.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, I don't understand sort of the angle that some people are saying, oh yeah, Utah got leverage. What leverage? You got no draft picks this coming year. You only got one next year. Your cap you're deep into the luxury tax, and you only are a first round playoff team. All your value is literally tied up in Donovan Mitchell, and you got your highest paid player
and Rudy Gobert.
It's a traditional 5 in an evolving stretch 5 league. You got problems.
Right.
Just saying.
I'm not moving Donovan. I'm moving Rudy.
So who wants Rudy?
I'm about to say he's gonna be harder to move.
Somebody, I don't care. If I have to keep both of them, then I have to make other moves. But I'm not moving Donovan if I'm Utah. He just got into a 5-year contract. I don't have that much pressure. I'm not moving him. It's not about the first. It's not about the first round exit. It's not the reason why I'm not moving him. It's just because, he's still a young player and Rudy is still young. So therefore, go through the growing pains. Let's figure out something else. But I'm not going to move those two pieces. I'll move something else.
So how do you get cap relief? How do you alleviate that problem? Because you're into the last.
If you're the Knicks, you're not interested in Rudy Gobert.
I move not for $207 million.
But you don't pay him $207 all at once.
No, you don't. But not for $30 million, $35 million a year.
He made what 40? Was it 40?
Damn, showing that 40.
Let me. I'll find it. I'll get the salary number for you. Hold on. I'm on Spot Track anyway.
Any type of money I'm paying like that, I'm ready to win the championship that year.
I know he ain't getting $40 million a year.
No. So next season he'll be getting 38. Yep. And bro, before y'all jump out the window, y'all threw away $50 million this year that just passed. You threw it away.
That's part of doing business.
Well, having Rudy Gobert is part of business. Doing business.
No, it's not.
Yes,
no, you got to be ready to win a championship when you're going to get a free agent in for $38 million. If you're not doing that, you're wasting your time. For $38 million, is you do the Kawhi Toronto thing. You bring him in, you win. You don't bring him in just to chill.
But also keep in mind, you're talking about Utah. That's not now. That really is isn't a free agent destination.
But they keep a good team, whether they get a free agent or not. They've been known to have a good team.
No,
you're right. They have a good team.
They got a strong fan base.
Yeah, they've had a good team, but they don't have a chance. They can't get a championship team. That's the rub.
But the fans ain't tripping.
But Rob, listen, I'm gonna just say this just real quick, right? So you have $77 million tied up in 6 players. You want to know those 6 players? Randall, Fournier, Rose, Burks, Noel. I'm sorry, that's 5 players. Oh, and Kemba. That's $85 million tied up in 6 players.
Okay.
Kemba, Nerlens Noel, Alec Burks, Derrick Rose, Evan Fournier, and Julius Randle. And all those players I just named?
Yeah.
The Utah Jazz wouldn't take all 6 of them for Rudy Gobert right now.
Okay, so that's well and fine, but our young core is what we're really talking about. You're talking about vets we'll give away for a box of lunch. Some of them.
Right.
Kimbo, you give away for a free lunch. So we're not worried about that because we're under the cap. We're right there at the cap. So what we're doing
my point was not because we just moved the goalposts. I don't want to do that. Right. What I'm saying is you said when I said 40, it wasn't actually 40. It's 38 million. Right. And so you were saying that we shouldn't pay a guy that much unless we're ready to win a championship, right? $38 million. But for double that plus you have Rose, Noel, Kemba, Fournier, Randall, and those guys are not getting you to the playoffs either.
But
and
look, you're talking one player. You're talking one player versus 6. I'm not giving one player
the defensive player of the year.
Not 38 million. No, we was number 11 without him.
Right.
We was number 2 last year without him. Why should we all go all in on something for 38 million when we can sign Mitch for less?
I feel you. Why have Steph Curry for $48 million? I feel you.
No, that he's not Steph Curry.
Why have Steph Curry for 48?
He's not Steph Curry.
Unless you're ready to win.
Steph got 3 rings.
Right.
We already dying and screaming about a point guard. Could you imagine this dude over here and we ain't got a point guard? Can't bring that man over here for all that money. That man need a point guard for him to be effective. Because all you're doing is catching lobs and cleaning up the glass. Man is not doing any type other way.
But that's on offense though.
Yeah, but still we need a point guard to even help his game. Right. I mean, defense, yeah, he could do that, but that's the type dude the Golden State Warriors can go trade Klay Thompson and some other stuff for, because it got pulled. He's ready to take off. Now I can't bring Rudy.
Right. But Jay, the point I'm getting at, I'm sorry, Soulfinger. The point I was getting at is not the player that was the conversation. The money was the conversation. And what I'm saying is we threw away that money all season and last.
But that's the price of doing business in the NBA. Every team has that same thing that you just talked about. You can put 6 players on any team that will equal that contract. But the price of doing business and what we're doing is totally different. That's why we don't need them, because of what we're doing. We're not doing that right now.
I'm confused, bro.
I mean, the money, I think I understand what he's trying to say. I think the money being tied up into one player as opposed to being, as you said, we dropped $80-something million when we had, the second most cap room in the league last year. We used that money and tied it up into 5 to 6 players. You know what Utah did? They tied that money up into 3 players. And now
they wish they could take that back.
They're finding it hard because your league is evolving. Gobert doesn't really fit that. Now, it doesn't mean that he's not he doesn't have impact with regards to being a defensive monster and all that, and rightfully so. But that much money tied up into a player like Gobert, you got to be able to give me something more. His contract is really ridiculous, and I don't see teams, unless you're ready to win now, like a Brooklyn, that makes sense. If they wanted to trade Rudy Gobert for Ben Simmons and for whatever headache that comes as well, I'm just saying transactionally, that makes sense. Dallas, who's in need of a big man and is trying to make a run right now, that kind of makes sense. But you don't have a whole lot of suitors outside of that. You just don't. Not for a guy like Rudy Gobert. He does the same thing like JaVale McGee. And JaVale McGee makes a vet minimum. So I can't find the justification in him making $40+ million over the next 4 years. I'm not with that.
I tell you what I do want, and tell you what. See, this is why I respect James Harden when other people don't respect him and like him and all that. Because when James told them people, y'all want up out of here, and told him where he wanted to go, yo, get me up out of here. I ain't coming in here. I ain't playing. I ain't doing nothing. That's what I need Donovan to do. Donovan, you want to come? You've been talking, you've been doing all these little pictures and photos and all. You want to come? Go tell Danny Ainge you want up out of there and you want to go to New York, and that's your only destination. Get me up out of here.
You can only do that, Boogie. You can only do that when you're in the late stages of your contract.
No, you can do that at any given time, dude.
I don't have to listen to you.
Nobody wants a player that don't want to be around. Nobody.
Scottie Pippen went out of Chicago for the longest under his contract. He just ain't leave just because you're a professional. I was with the player that
Scotty wanted more money. He wanted to stay in
but
Chicago. He just
that's
wanted
why.
more money.
This is a different era, a time of basketball. This is when the players run the league. Back then, the owners run the league. The players run the league now.
So
it's
you
different.
think he's not going to be a professional because he went out?
Yo, Donovan don't want to be there, dude. I want him to go ahead and tell them people you don't want to be there and stop playing games with me.
I haven't heard him say that yet. Not
Donovan don't want to be there, dude.
No, look, the sports people are saying that, but nobody in this camp ever said that yet.
Oh, it's coming out soon.
Man, it's coming out, dude.
When it comes out, he hasn't never said anything yet.
People ain't saying.
I thought I heard him say one of his destinations. Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe I'm bugging.
No, he never said anything
pertaining
to that.
Wasn't it reported this morning that he wants to remain with the Jazz?
That's what I heard.
Was it what happened?
That's what
I didn't hear it.
It was reported this morning. I was going through Bleacher Report. I got a notification basically stating that Donovan Mitchell said he wants to stay in Utah.
I'm 10 minutes late.
Yo, check it. No. I'm listen. I wouldn't throw nothing out there just to throw it out there. I literally saw the notification this morning. Just confirm it. Read it real quick. It was on Bleacher Report. I saw the headline. I hadn't gotten heavy into the article, but it said that he wants to remain in Utah. So I was just kind of like, all right, whatever. It doesn't matter. I guess it doesn't matter to me in terms of trading for all these players because I still got questions about my core and my roster and the coaching. There are 10 teams that are better than us in the conference. If there's any move that I'm making, I'm swinging for the fences. Otherwise, I'm just going to stand pat. So that's why I was big on wanting to get down from Mitchell. But at the same token, I was like, yo, I don't want to compromise my foundation to go get this player. Like, if we think he's going to be the superstar that we all think he's going to be, yo, go get him at the end of his contract in 2025. He'll be 28 years old. RJ will be in the 6th year. He'll be 24 years old. That will be a different team.
Sounds like a plan.
We will be ready to win.
No, we don't. What do we? If it take the Knicks that long to find a star, we need to fire everybody. And
you're raising, but you have to raise what you have.
How long has it been? Like, I understand that we keep having this argument about, yo, man, we got to make moves and we got to be aggressive and all that stuff. But how long have we been waiting? We had multiple times to trade for this player,
like Jodeci,
that player.
I'm still waiting, like Jodeci, like that Jodeci song. You might not know that Jodeci song because you were born in '87.
Ooh, yeah.
But I'm still waiting.
Jodeci was what I was singing to the ladies. Jodeci was what I was singing to the ladies. Like, Drew Hill, a young Usher, you know, before puberty, but he only became more relevant after puberty.
I was thinking more like Melissa Morgan, some Miles J, some Howard Hewitt, some Glenn Jones.
People bright.
Glenn Jones, yeah.
Okay.
But everyone else you name, I mean, unless my older sister was playing in the background and stuff like that. But it's all good. I love my R&B. I love my early R. Kelly. I love my, with Pops walking around the crib playing Marvin Gaye and Luther Vandross and Gerald Levert,
Yeah.
But anyways, and not to forget Monica and Brandy and Sade and them folks.
Yeah.
I'm not that young, man. Like, I'm a couple ways away from 40. I
was just about to call you Similac Child. Similac Child, man. And I watched the same scenario when people said they ain't wanted a disgruntled player. And you know who that disgruntled player was? And we could have got him last year. It was Bradley Beal. Yeah. But everybody preferred to have Grimes, Sims, and Deuce.
And how far did they get us again? What did they get us? I'm sorry.
You got to have a piece, man, to go with another piece, man. You got to have elite dudes that can handle your business. If you're watching and seeing what's happening in these playoffs, dudes is on the third level of the Spalding. There's a baller, a basketball player, and a killer. A killer is the highest degree of a Spalding. You got to be able to boost and jump your cables to a whole nother level in these playoffs. Yep. That's why you think KD is at home because he ain't nice? No, he at home because that boy Jason, remember what he was doing to LeBron as a rookie and took it out on him. Right. You got to have a piece, man, that can take over these games, man. We don't have them type guys. I want to keep the core. I want to keep the young guy. I'm willing to keep IQ. I'm willing to keep RJ. I'm willing to keep Obi Toppin. But anybody else, they can go. They can get out of New York. Yeah, anybody. All them other guys, they go to Cam too. You still not proving to me yet. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to wait to see if he gonna develop. I need pieces that go with these three guys right here, right now, man. That's what BJ Boogie personally I want, because I'm watching the playoffs. I'm watching dudes take over games, and you least expecting these dudes to do what they're doing. Can't go out there, man, faking no more, man.
Hey, Jay Boogie. So Devin Booker played a playoff game last night, right?
Say what now?
Devin Booker played a playoff game last night, right?
Right.
And he didn't miss a shot.
I thought that was Chris Paul.
No, it was Chris Paul.
14 for 14? That was
Chris Paul.
Oh, that was Chris Paul. Oh, Chris Paul played the game last night.
He's done it 14 times.
Bro, he didn't miss a shot. That's what Jay Boogie talking about, man. Like, we coming up with all these Powerpuff names, man, all these people. We
wasn't going to get no Chris Paul, though. But yeah, go ahead.
No, but what Jay Boogie is talking about, the third level of Spalding is what Jay Boogie's saying. Man.
Oh, okay.
We talking about, we like, yo, man, Jalen Brunson, man. We got to give Jalen Brunson Jalen Brunson ain't no Chris Paul. We got to go out and we got to go get us some bona fide stone cold killers, bro. We got to have it. You can't win without them.
You know, the way you're going to get something like that, you're going to have to trade for it. You're definitely going to have to trade for it.
Unless
you find it in the draft.
I'm with you on that. I do agree with that part. Like, we do need to get aggressive and use our assets that we've collected to get that player. But if you're not going to get that player, then stand pat. Like, it's okay. Figure out what you got cooking and figure out your foundation, because you're going to bring a star into this, into this chaos, remember, our coach is Tom Thibodeau. Like, our coach is not Kenny Atkinson. It's not Willie Green. It's not Monty Williams or whatnot. It's Tibbs. And so that's why I'm so scared, because when I say scared, like, I'm hesitant, because it's like, I got all these assets. I got one shot to get this right. If I'm going to bring in somebody, he's got to be an impact game changer, which is why, Uncle Freezy, I was with you on the whole Damian Lillard thing. That's not standing pat. That's going and getting a game changer.
That's like being aggressive.
What Jay Boogie is talking about. But the problem is that you start bringing up names like Miles Turner, Jalen Brunson. It's like, I don't want that.
These dudes is stars. That's mac and cheese, bro. That's tuna salad.
Thank you. Get me the star. Get me the main guy that's going to change because my Eastern Conference has gotten better. There are 10 teams that are better than us.
And Jay Boogie said the 3 C's. Jay Boogie said the 3 C's, right? The 3 C's passed us.
Mm-hmm.
The 3 C's. Who the
Celtics, Cavs, and who?
No, it's Cleveland, Chicago, and Charlotte.
Oh, Charlotte. Oh, okay,
okay. And guess what? And what's bad about Charlotte passing us? They ain't even make it in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They didn't even make it.
You know what I'm saying?
Cleveland ain't make it. Cavs didn't make it either.
They was in the playoffs.
Now, Cavs was in the play-in.
No, Charlotte lost in the play-in.
Yeah, Charlotte lost in the play-in. The Cavs was in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Charlotte is an organization that's
you're right.
Like trying to win. They're signaling to their fan base, we're gonna build through the draft, and they're not even like really trying like that to get deep into the playoffs. They just drafted well. Meanwhile, the Knicks, we drafted well, and we have all these loaded ammunition, and it's just like, bro, pull the trigger, man. Go get a star.
Right. Let me. I just want to slow you down, because I'm gonna be here for a while, right? And what happened is you said 2 points together. I want to speak to both of those points that you just mentioned, right? But let me read Paris Duggar's contributions just real quick. Paris Duggar, thank you for your generous contribution, bro. We appreciate you, bro. He said, I'm amazed our fans won't trust the new young core group to be the real deal. They're going to develop so much this summer and come back 12 wins better. Sims, McBride, Cam will be greatly improved. Watch. And then Paris Tucker also says, there's nobody out there good enough to trade for. Right? So Ray, this is the thing that I want to speak to you about and also Paris Tucker.
Freezy, I'm gonna eat and come back on.
Okay. All right. Okay. And so what I want to ask you, and this is rhetorical, right? If the Knicks young core is so good, how come we don't have a young guy, a rookie, in the rookie of the year conversation? Right? All right. And so if the young core is so good, how come we don't have anybody in the most improved player conversation? Right? If the Knicks young core is so good, how come we have nobody in the ESPN 25 under 25 conversation? Right? And listen, I know the ESPN thing was BS, right?
Yeah.
But I only use it as an example for the point that I want to make. Right? The thing is with the young core that we have right now, they will be good eventually, but we don't have a Damian Lillard in this young core. We don't have a Donovan Mitchell in this young core. We don't have a John Morant. Who on this team is a first or second year John Morant? Nobody.
D Rose.
Right. So what I'm getting at is this. Those young players, and Paris Duggar, this is what I'm getting at, Paris Duggar. Listen to me, hear me out. In time, those young players will be good. In this moment, they are just rookies, first and second year players. They're trying to find their way. Emmanuel Quickly is a second year player third year player now, going into his third year, right? Trying to find his way. Anytime we start talking about Donovan Mitchell's or Luka Doncic or Trae Young or Damian Lillard or Devin Booker or Chris Paul, the last name that should be coming out of our mouths is anybody on the Knicks that's 24 years old or younger. Right? These dudes are, when you say Damian Lillard and somebody bring up Quentin Grimes, you know either they're a homer to the 100th degree or they don't know basketball. Right? Because you know Quentin Grimes can't carry Damian Lillard gym bag right now.
That's
right? Right. And so what I'm getting at is I'm not saying that Grimes won't be a good player or a great player. But in this moment right now, he is not that player. Will he be that player in 3 or 4 years? Who knows? The sky's the limit for all these guys, right? Because what happens is people think that these guys, when you make it to the NBA and you sit on the bench, people think you ain't no good. Nah, bro. There's tens of thousands of players around the world that want to sit on the NBA bench and be the 13th man. Like we left about Theo Pinson, there are 10,000 players that would love to have been in Theo Pinson's seat last year, right? So all these cats can play, and you can't say who can play and who can't. You can't say who's going to be good and who's not unless this young pup has shown you from day one that he's an elite, a Shaquille O'Neal, a Kobe Bryant, a Penny Hardaway, a Kevin Durant, a Derrick Rose. Everybody else, bro, they gotta pave their way, right? But to say that they're in the conversation right now makes us look like homers, bro.
Well, the play-in has sort of created a parity, right? So 10 teams are eligible to play, which what is that? 20 out of 32 teams. And my biggest thing has been, if you want to compete in that category of 20 teams, both Eastern and Western Conference, if you really, really want to get up there, in order to be a playoff team, you need playoff players. You need impact players. If you're going to get that, I understand. But if you're going to get these mid-tier players, like a Jalen Brunson or like a Miles Turner or some stopgap vet or whatnot that probably shouldn't be getting the contract that they're getting, I say stand pat and just evaluate what you got, because right now, as it stands, we're in the same category as Indiana. We're in the same category as Detroit. We're in the same category as Houston and those teams. You need to figure out what that core is. Otherwise, use the ammunition you got and go get a Dame Lillard, a Donovan Mitchell, or Zion, or whatever the case may be. But please use these assets to go get a star to compete in a loaded Eastern Conference that will undoubtedly and unquestionably better next year. You think this was hard this year? Oh man, can you imagine Garland coming back? Can you imagine what LaMelo is going to look like next year? Can you imagine Brady Beal's injured? Like who are we unseating? With adding a Jalen Brunson or whatnot. Now, if you want to get into that conversation and you want to get into the fight, you want to get into that conversation, you need to then go and get an impact player. Right. My thing is just right now, you still got questions about your foundation. You still got questions about your coach. Tibbs showed when he first obviously, and I'm trying not to get two sides off track and whatnot, but there are 10 coaches that are better than Tom Thibodeau right now in the Eastern Conference. I need to figure out what's going on here first. I need to know if Cam Reddish is going to pop and explode and whatnot. Now, if you're saying trade Cam Reddish for a Damian Lillard or Donovan Mitchell, then I'm on board. I got no problem with that. You're getting a start.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So Ray, what I was getting at is because to your point, the point that you made previously, the one I referenced, man, it was two excellent points. For one, you can have I'm going to call it a Star is Born. You can have a Star is Born conversation, right? Like you get Damian Lillard out of Weber State, right? And he had been murdering it at the ABCD camps. You know what I'm saying? The Adidas basketball camps.
Adidas basketball camp.
Yeah. And you're killing it there. Like they said. So how Damian Lillard got drafted in the first round by Portland is, I think they said he dunked on Derrick Rose twice. Right? You know how you have the up and coming college players playing against the pro players that already wear Adidas, and they were like, this dude dunked on Derrick Rose twice and finished the game with like 28 points against Derrick Rose. And this dude was a sophomore at Weber State. Right? And it was like, who the hell is D? He dunked on D Rose? Or something, some wild story like that. You never know all the details, but it's like the dude is the perfect mix of athleticism and shooting ability, and he got that dog, that inner city dog in him, like that inner city, like that New York City, that Detroit, Michigan, that Oakland, California, that Los Angeles, California dog in him, Chicago, Illinois, that kind of dog in him, right? And you never understand. You never, when you hear the story retold, you never know what's true and what's not. You just go by what people, the rumor or whatever. But let me do Paris Duggar. Thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, Dame is done. Beal, garbage. Only Donovan and Zion. I feel you. And so Paris Duggar says, I'm 60 in June, and I got closer to a ring than Dame and Bill. Hey, that's dope. That's dope. Paris, hey, that's dope. That's dope. But yeah, so the Star is Born conversation is one where I would love to engage in it if we're talking about stars being born. Mm-hmm. Right? If there's a clear path. Like say for instance, if Quentin Grimes averaged 17 points a game on limited attempts coming off the bench and Tibbs didn't hardly play him, and you're like, dang, this dude averaging 17 and Tibbs didn't hardly play him, then we could at least see, hey, you know what? There's something to this kid, right? But just being a hustle guy off the bench doesn't mean you're gonna have a pathway to start over. And the other point that you're making is a pound of feathers or 50 pounds of feathers versus 50 pounds of steel, right? Mm-hmm. They both weigh 50 pounds, bro. It's like Basically, what it is go get a star. You remember Jay Boogie said you got to have the third level Spalding guy, the certified killer in the playoffs. And so to that point, I get what you're saying. We get what you're referencing. The Dame Lillard thing, in my view, we use it as a conversation piece. And in my view, I think if you're not going anywhere, then you have to have that guy, right? You have to have the guy that's gonna be. You have to, like when the Avengers first assembled, they were a mess. So you have to have Captain America out front, shielding the Avengers who were a mess until Iron Man gets his stuff together and become the the leader, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So you have to go out and get a Bradley Beal or Damian Lillard, somebody out front to shield all the young guys until the young guys can start doing the heavy lifting. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No.
Go ahead.
Obviously, you and I are in full agreement there. The only way that you're going to win in this league is with impact talent. You have to have talent, regardless of the playoffs are showing you that talent is. The playoffs are showing me that as an organization, we're not close. We're just not close. We're not a one piece away. We've got too many questions. And my thing is, if you're not going to go out and get that impact talent like a Damian Lillard, like a Donovan Mitchell, and yes, even for some who disagree and say that, oh, what has Bradley Beal done? It's like, but Bradley Beal is an individual talent, is still a star. Is he not? If you add him to this New York Knicks roster, what do we become? And you sort of ask yourself those questions because you really want to get into the conversation of competing at the highest level. And
Rob, you want to answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Rob, you want to answer that, what he said?
Yeah, I kind of look at it like this here. The playoffs showed me that we are closer than we think. The playoffs shows me that when you look at chemistry I think chemistry is almost as important as talent. Because one person is a talent, chemistry is a team. Chemistry involves more than one person. So if you look at the development of, even though the Pelicans lost, they played 3 rookies. They played two young players and 1 rookie, and he got more time than a 4-year player. And
Alvarado and Herb Jones.
That's right. And they contribute to a team.
And Trey Murphy.
Yep. And when I seen that, I came to the conclusion that, look, these are grown men, even though they're young. These are young men. Right. To take information and apply that information to your craft shouldn't be as hard as that we say it is. To take like a rookie and just say, well, you need 2 years to sit, throws everything in turmoil as far as like what Tibbs did. Because if you look at what Willie Green did, he put that same thing on the floor. He never stood through the year, then he put it on the floor, and it worked in the playoffs. And he benched veterans for these guys.
Yeah.
And nobody said a word, and it worked to his favor. So when we're listening to what BS is what we'll be given from a coach. And we all been taught to believe that through the years of basketball. But this is a new age of basketball. And it's way that it's being played, the way it's being coached. And we have to look at it that way. So to answer your question is like this here, no Damian Lillard is needed. Take the training wheels off. Take them off. You got 2 3-year players that played in this league.
I'll be right back.
Take the training wheels off and let them ball. And see, we got an inkling, we got an idea of what we got because Tibbs admitted to it. He made a mistake. This man said he made a mistake.
I can't. I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you on that. But I think a lot of the NBA, there's a lot of lip service, and Tom Thibodeau is not, You're like he's part of that, so he can say that and whatnot. But show me, it's just show me what show me what you got. It's what have you done for me lately type league. And Tom Thibodeau can say, oh, I should have played these players and all this stuff and stuff. Do we remember when he was first hired on and the time and distance and the interviews he had where he said, oh yeah, I learned some stuff from this guy and this guy and this. Like none of that doesn't matter to me. It's just what you do. So if I give him these players, is he going to maximize the talent of that roster, or is he just going to sit here and stick to his guns and his philosophy and what has made him coach of the year and all this stuff?
Right.
Repeat the same
But he
thing
didn't
over
do. But he didn't do what he said. As far as I'm concerned, Tibbs lied.
Yes, he did.
He lied.
Said he adapted. For one, he said he adapted,
and he lied. But then at the end of the year, what they saying, like this new article that came out that said Tibbs was doing this thing with the rookies and all of this, I don't believe that. I think they put that out there after Obi exposed them. Obi, if people really look at Obi's press conference after that 42, Obi exposed Tibbs. And then all of this came out about the apology came out after the article came out about the he's running with the young guys. All of that was damage control because in an innocent way, Obi exposed them. Because the people forget what the question was to Obi. It was like, yo, how all of a sudden you playing like this? He said, well, I didn't have to worry about getting taken out the game. Not to say I had a lack of confidence. Everybody took that to say that he had a lack of confidence. It was no. Because I seen him in Charlotte on the floor when they pulled him out the game. It wasn't a lack of it wasn't a lack of that. It was a lack of you let this guy play this whole game. I do one thing and then you pull me out. Now that you left me in the game, I prove to you that I can play, and I'm more confident going forward that you can't pull that BS that you did early in the season to me anymore. As long as I'm a Knick, because it will cost you your job because the world's seen what I did. And then soon after that, it came out that Tibbs made a mistake about this. That was all damage control. Then they let him in. Yeah, you might have ran a practice or two with the rookies, but that wasn't a statement thing that you've been doing because you contradicted yourself because you say, if you seen this in practice and you always say, if I see it in practice, I let it on the floor. Why you didn't let it on the floor? You lied to the public. And when you go back to his interviews, you can see the lies that Tibbs told, which is all fine and dandy with me. Because going forward, long as you can't do it again, and you can't hold these boys back for achieving their true talents, because you had medium level vets that they gave you on purpose, that you tried to build into a playoff team, and that wasn't it. It was every position for the New York Knicks that they had, the young guys over them in Leon Rose's eyes was supposed to beat these players out. You did not let that happen not because of the talent, just because you didn't trust. And that's a dangerous thing as a coach. That's a dangerous thing as a coach.
Go ahead, Carly, because I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Me?
Yeah, you were saying something. I was trying to pick up on what you said.
Oh no, I was just gonna add on to Tibbs being a liar. When Tibbs, he said he learned and he adapted to the league, and then he has this thing with the youngins about it was something else I was gonna say. He had this thing with the youngins that he was invested in a young core, and he's not. It's clear. And that's what I was gonna say too. Tibbs will say that he admits that he done wrong by not playing the youngins sooner. But watch, like I was piggybacking on what you said. Watch, he'll come into the next season doing the same thing. He'll investing in his vets.
But it was
the season's over. Of course, he can say that now that he admits that he was wrong. But
the only difference is it will cost him his job this year because the world doesn't sing.
Everyone's
it will cost
watching
him his
now.
job.
Yeah, all eyes is on Tibbs now. Well, all eyes is on him from the beginning anyway. But Coach of the Year buys him more time. So we're on his heels this next season. We're on his heels.
On his neck.
He said the thing about the studying. He said this thing about study, and we're on his heels, man. You can't con Knicks fans. You can't con Knicks fans. We're not stupid. Man. It's only a matter of time before we take your head off. A matter of time.
I mean, what's crazy to me, and I'm gonna play devil's advocate here because I'm just looking at the other side of the coin. I know a lot of people said that, yo, man, Tibbs is going to lose his job, but I have a really hard time believing that only because of this. That's Leon's guy. The moment Leon lets Tibbs go, he is automatically on the clock. And it's not like you got the rest of the season. It's a quick hook because this is your guy. And we have all collectively seen the BS. We've seen the nonsense. Like, this guy's come up here talking about we need to watch these games 3, 4, 5 times and whatnot. And it's like we're all seeing the same damn thing. Play these damn teams, and they probably will give you a better chance at winning. But, again, that's the part, just playing devil's advocate, just considering the other side of the coin. I don't know how quick they're going to snatch up Tibbs just because he comes in doing the same nonsense expecting different results. I don't know about that because I look at the front office and it's like, well, where was your accountability when he was pulling all this nonsense? Like, what evidence is there for me to believe that this front office is just going to fire Tom Thibodeau because he's doing a bad job? You didn't fire him when he was doing a bad job. Right. Where was the accountability there? Where was the accountability to us as a fan base? Either which way, some will say, oh, well, Leon doesn't have to say anything to us. And it's just like, well,
oh, yes, he does.
We're paid investors into this. We're invested in this. We are the consumer. You got to talk to us. You got to let us know what's up. So I don't know how much of that narrative is true. And again, I'm not personally saying that Tibbs won't get fired. I am just throwing the idea, just an avenue, a different way of thinking regarding Tibbs may not get fired. I don't know. What I personally want. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your last. What you personally want is what?
What I personally want is I want to evaluate this foundational core. I don't know how much Tibbs is invested in that. If you are going to use these assets to get a star, then you better get a top of the line star. Otherwise, just relax. It's okay. We can just keep doing this thing. We need to figure out because we're not competing no way, no how that deep in a loaded Eastern Conference. I need to figure out what I got at home base. And that's my position as a fan, personally, for me.
I can agree. Like you said, just to piggyback on what you said, the hand that he was dealt, it's kind of like devil's advocate too, though, because yes, he didn't have, he says that's another thing that Tibbs mentioned. He said that not having Nerlens Noel was he didn't have his defensive linchpin. Well, I think was that the word? He didn't have Nerlens Noel, so he attributes that to not having his quote unquote his guys or whatever. Now, my only thing with that is yes, granted, you didn't have Noel, right? You didn't have Noel, but you still had options. It's not like he didn't have options. You still had Sims. Now, whether he likes Sims or not is that's up to him as a coach. But I will say, throwing Taj out there against other bigs that clearly just had physical advantages over Taj. There's nothing against Taj. Taj is a great player. He's a hustler. He's gonna give you everything he's got left. But I will say though, him throwing Taj out there hasn't helped much either. I mean, Taj is a veteran. Yes, he's a damn good veteran, but it hasn't won much for us, as you can see. Hence the record that we had. Hence the way the season ended. And yeah, they probably will say, okay, we'll keep doing this thing until we get a star and all this for Tibbs because, they might say, okay, we didn't have this guy, we didn't have this guy, but it's just only a matter before the record also shows because. If we had, if we had a superstar, will Tibbs maximize the talent? Is he a good X and O coach? That's another thing too that'll eventually show too. He's not an X and O coach. Just relying on guys. My last thing I just want to say is, Tibbs thinks that by giving guys extended minutes, he's gonna get more. Because you would think more minutes equals more value. That's Tibbs type of thing. More minutes is more value. There's been times I've seen Alec Burks go scoreless with tons of minutes. That's the problem with Tibbs. He thinks that, I give a guy a lot of minutes, he's going to give me a lot. And that's where he goes wrong. The whole 48 minutes thing. Tibbs goes wrong with that very often. So I don't know. I got to see. I mean, that's just me as a fan too. I got to see something different from Tibbs, man. I got to see him use that depth. Even if it's a young player, I got to see him use depth, man. I just feel like if he wants to coach a veteran team, go coach the Lakers.
Yeah, I agree, man. He should be coaching the Lakers. He should be coaching the Lakers because, truth be told, he's not. I think Tibbs has a philosophy. I heard Fred Katz say it on one of these other podcasts. I think it was Knicks Film School, where he literally said that Tom's religion is 48 minutes of rim protection. That's his religion. It's not even just a philosophy. This is what this man believes at his core. And when I heard that, I thought to myself, like, yo, Tibbs can't be the coach because this league is what you're seeing in the playoffs now is all about adjustment. And if you can't adjust, if you can't make changes, if you can't read the game to be like, yeah, I mean, he said Burks gave us the best option as a point guard. I damn near lost my mind. I couldn't. I was like, what? I don't know, man. It's just. I'm sorry. Sophie, go ahead. Go ahead. So,
Yeah, no, I just just agree. I mean, both of y'all put out some good facts, especially what you were saying, Cully, because I'm in agreement with you. Some of the stuff he said was a cop out. I really felt like it was a straight cop out. And the thing is, he said he didn't have Nerlens Noel, but then even I'm kind of glad, I had a see just checking the chat, and I got to agree with Pudge said. Pudge put it out there. You had Sims. Granted, Sims wasn't ready, but you had a body that you could have been working with. And I know in an early beginning, Sim wasn't ready, but you got the I don't know if it was you or Ray that said you coach him along, you nurture as you go to get them better, to get to that next, get them ready. That's what you saw Willie Green do in New Orleans with his young talent. So, he had three, four rookies out there that made a difference in them. Even though they got eliminated last night, those rookies went out there and made a difference. Why? Because they got the opportunity and the coach coached them. It's duly noted that Tibbs doesn't like to deal with rookies. Or, like that. So we're in a conundrum, really, in a real the whole situation. And the problem is, like I said, Tibbs would be suited to play, like you said, coach a team like the Lakers, an all veteran team. Where he can just sit. If you got some a rookie or a second year player, he can bury him up under the bench and do what he has to do. We need for this team we need those younger coach. You see so far look how the younger coaches are advancing in the playoffs. Look at that. Udoka.
Yeah.
we're not gonna count Steve Nash because Steve Nash didn't even get a chance to sit on anybody's bench. He just rolled in and that was just a whole train wreck. They got the Bruins. Hey, big ups to Boston for doing that. I'll give them that. However, that coach, and what's crazy is Ime Udoka interviewed for the Knicks position. It didn't get it. You see what I'm saying? I want to say that then you got Willie Green out here. You have
Willie Green, right?
Yeah, who's another young up and coming other coach that took over that's out there right now?
What about is it Timberwolves coach Young?
No, he's an older. Well, he's a little older, but he put in the work. Well, look at the Grizzlies coach.
I'm about to say Memphis coaches.
Yeah. So I'm all about this, man. I'm tired of seeing them recycle. I'm tired of you giving me the recycle action on these coaches like that. Tips. That 48, like you said, 48 minutes of rim protection. And like you said, I'm going to leave RJ and Randall out there for 38, 40 plus minutes. And I'm going to expect something different to change. But I got fresh legs sitting on the bench and they're getting 9 to 11 minutes a game. That's insane, man.
Which is why I'm not on the bandwagon of, oh, yo, let's go trade for this player. Let's go trade for this player. When I keep saying, yo, we got problems and we got more questions than answers, this is what I'm talking about. Regardless of who you got, regardless of who you bring in, your coach is still Tom Thibodeau. That's a problem.
Right.
Yeah, you can do it with the players, but I'm also, I just want to throw this out here as well. You got to put this on some of the players too, because we lost a lot of games just to simple things like free throws. Simple things like that. So it's a hand-in-hand thing, but I got to put it on the players. You got to work on their free throws and things that they can take care of. But for the most part, the coach got to put you in that position to execute. And when you using in the front office, because front office can't get off on this either. Because when you use Alex Burks as your point guard, and say he's your best option to win, and we're giving up 26-point games, 28-point games. We had a game we up by that much. Excuse me.
I was
You
just
don't have
about
a
to say
point
that.
guard. You don't have a point guard to stable everybody or put them in the right position. That's what you need. You know, you could have gone bargain basement and got a veteran point guard, no big name or whatever, but somebody that's a true point guard that can kind of steer the ship to keep you afloat instead of making the moves you did.
I'm so convinced, especially going into this off season, we just got asked the biggest question that we have going into the off season is what kind of team do you want to be next season? Do you want to be a
Yeah.
playoff team, a play-in team, a lottery team? And that's going to dictate a plethora of the moves we make or don't make going into next season. But it's really hard to figure out because I don't know how much I can trust my front. And again, this is not a one-person blame thing. This is
No,
a
the blame is
three-level.
all over the place,
Oh,
man.
there's plenty of
All
blame to go
over the
around,
place.
right?
It's a front office. It's a coach. It's the players. It's like I got too many questions, and that's why I'm not making a drastic big-time moves. If there's anybody that I'm bringing in from a player perspective, I'm bringing complementary vets that are not looking to play their own brand or version of basketball that doesn't fit the trajectory of the team. If I'm
Yeah.
a coach, I need to know that Tom Thibodeau can evolve. Otherwise, why is he here? I need to know from the front office, like, are you going to hold these guys accountable or what? Like, what are we doing? There's just too many questions to find one solution that fits all in terms of, oh well, if we bring in Jalen Brunson, this will be a better team. Like I'm not on that bandwagon. Like I'm not.
Right.
It's just too much. You know what I mean? The moment that I figure out, first and foremost, I will personally start with the coach because I need to know if he has the ability to evolve and change his philosophy and adapt. That's going to help me figure out what kind of players I need to bring in because Tom Thibodeau is going to maximize the depth that we've been screaming about, talking about, yo, that's the strength of our team, depth. But he doesn't really play it, and it's only
He's a minimal.
circumstantial.
It's kind of like what you, not to cut you off, Ray. I mean to cut you off. It's like what you
No,
just
you're
said. It's
fine.
like he's a
You're
minimalist. You
Yeah.
know, you can give him 15 players, but he's going out of that 15. You lucky to see 8 to 9 get on the floor, and some of them don't even need to be on there. You remember before he played a 7-man rotation. When we played, I want to say when we played Boston off a back-to-back, we were on a back-to-back, and he played a 7-man rotation. You had other players sitting there like, "What are you doing, bro? These cats are tired."
He did that on the West Coast too when we did that West Coast trip.
You know, you got to open it up. So these cats are tired. You got to play these guys. You got, and then too, if you know the season's gonna be a wash, then how about you switch gears and be like, you know what? Hey, I know the season's a wash. I'm not making the playoffs. I'm gonna get these young guys this experience so they can get out of here and play the young guys so they get that experience and help them grow. One thing I've even you got when I listen to IQ and some of his pressers, he's saying, yeah, I watched a lot of film and I can't do whatever, but I'm like, it was like, well, if he's doing it, where's the coach? Where's the coaching staff? Something like that. So it's a mess, man, because even with the front office, I mean, Tibbs is here. They extended him. I don't see him going. So only thing I can cross my fingers and maybe he'll learn from it. Like I said, he'll go back and look at the films, like he said, and he sees where he made the mistakes and go from there.
Right. Maybe.
Because no matter who we bring in, if he's still the same coach and he's doing the same things he's doing, it's going to be the same. It's going to be the same thing.
Earn minutes, right?
Yeah.
It's funny because I was looking at I look at other teams. I look at the fans of other teams to see what they go through, right? So I was listening to a lot of Philly fans a couple days ago, and they can't stand Doc Rivers. They were saying this before the playoffs, and they was like, "Yeah, he's so stubborn." So I'm like, who does he sound like? So and it's funny. It's funny. It's ironic because Doc Rivers got the ring with Boston, and who was right there alongside him? Tibbs.
Tibbs.
And it's funny because they like, yo, his philosophies. They like, yo, if this man, if he blows this lead, I think they sent the Raptors home last night. But this was they were saying, yeah, if this man blows this this series to the Raptors, oh, he's out of he's done for. They was just saying all this stuff about it. They can't stand them over there in Philly. They was like how they rely too much on it's kind of like a similar thing. Like they don't, he doesn't give the youngins much burn. I don't know which youngins in particular, because I forgot. I mean, I know the players, but I forgot who in particular. But I know a lot of people saying Harris hasn't been playing well. Embiid's playing well, but I guess Harden wasn't playing the best either. But a lot of people had a problem with Harris, so a lot of the fans are frustrated over there too. So it's just, and the main thing they said was they was like, yo, he has to, his philosophies. They said Doc Rivers has to go with his philosophies, and now back to Tibbs, yeah, as long as Tibbs is the coach, we just have to ride it out. We got to ride it out. And honestly, the funny thing is, another thing is that, to piggyback off what y'all said with more questions and answers, we don't know if Randall's still going to be here. We don't even know.
Yeah,
we don't know if this man's getting traded. We don't know if we can trade him. We don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions out there, man.
We could trade Randall, but I mean, I don't know if he's going to be back or not. But the playoffs are showing you one thing, that these fringe first round and second round playoff teams, they're not going to be looking to rebuild. They're going to be looking to retool. I'm not worried about the ability to move off Randall if that's what's going to happen, and he may very well be here. The moment you say something about Randall, it's automatically going to turn into Obi Stan and all this. Julius Randle is a talented basketball player. He's not a basketball fit for this team.
Right.
I will die on that hill. He's just not a basketball fit. It's got nothing to do with 2010 and 5, regardless of the fact that it's the least efficient in the league.
Yes, very
under a high usage rate, and every advanced metric points to the fact that he's a consistent negative player, and the team does perform better without him. It doesn't mean that Obi is now all of a sudden more talented than Randall. It just means he's not a basketball fit, and that's okay. But the Julius Randle apologists will have something different to say about it. I don't know if he's going to be here, but I don't see it being a problem for anybody to move, because as the playoffs continue to go on, you're starting to see holes in their roster, and you gotta think that they're going to be looking to retool.
Some teams can use another scorer, right?
Yeah, because I mean, Randall, the whole Randall situation it's a bad situation, no matter where you slice it, because either you keep them, there are going to be problems. If you get rid of them, there are going to be problems, because you got some that liked them, was cool with the signing. You had others that didn't like him with the signing. Then you have a group that was like, okay, let's see what we got. He became he got the most improved player after that first season with us. He went. It was all bad. Second season, most improved player. It was like, okay, you have majority of people saying, okay, cool. Then this season, he came out. The shots he was shooting, he was throwing up before, they're not falling, and everything else just snowballed. The addition of Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier weren't good fits. And like I said, I'm not saying Randall's not a talented player. He's a hell of a talented player.
Right.
That's a lot of man to be coming down in that paint. Only problem I got is he falls in love with that three. I like to see him down in that mid range and then down in the block, give him some action, throwing that weight around, do something like that.
Right.
But and it's also how Tibbs used him as well, because he has what, the second highest usage rate in the NBA when it comes to ISO or something like that. This is like a real stupid number. ISO is going to be, every team use ISO, and that's one of the things we're saying. We're not the only ones, make it seem like that's all he does. Every team uses ISO. If you get ISO with Kevin Durant, there's time Kevin Durant or James Harden or whoever else is going to ISO and take the game over when you need a bucket. It's just that with Randall, that's like the first, second, third, fifth option when it shouldn't be, and then the ball sometimes sticks a lot when you have other people that are out, the other cats out there going. Because when somebody's hot, I don't know what it is about this team. When somebody has a hot hand, they don't get the ball anymore, or
Go away
due
from
to
it, right?
you go away from it. Either the players won't get on the ball, or Tibbs will pull him out the game.
Right.
Because he stick to his same rotation. Because at this time, at this moment, at this second, at this minute, he's pulling whoever out, and they could be hot. We've seen it before. We've seen it when we made the playoffs, when we had before Rivers got traded. And that the Portland game, when he came out and dropped 25 in the first half, he was unconscious.
You know what? It's funny you bring that up. I was thinking of that Utah game when we played them. I think it was in Utah. And Rivers came out just swinging. I still was mad at that game.
Yeah.
Like, I was hot because we ended up losing. We was winning at first, and the Jazz was the best team in the league. And
we had them
beating the dog breaks off them. You know what I'm saying? And then Rivers never seen the court again till the fourth quarter when we was down with like 3 minutes left. We was already down by like 3. I mean, I'm sorry, not 3. We was down by like 15.
About 15, but now he's looking to him like, okay, I need you to heat up again and do that. Come on, man. That's not going to happen.
That was the most questionable thing I ever saw, yo.
That's the other thing. And then, too, the whole situation, the thing is, we're going to, truth be told, to be honest, all in all, we're going to have to move Randall.
Yeah,
I really, and there's no shade on him, but it's just a simple fact. And I'm looking at it from the player, organization, and fans, because I don't care what he does, he still won't be able to win the fan base back, a majority. They get some to come back, but I don't see him coming back. And unless you get another coach that knows how to use him in a better way, you just can't keep using him the way he does. Because
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, because I'm saying in the playoffs, Atlanta gave everybody the blueprint. This is how you beat the Knicks with Randall.
Right.
Yeah. This is why I keep saying that, I know for some, for me personally, it's not really, listen, his erratic, emotional, childlike tantrums and all that different stuff, that's one thing. That is one of the major reasons why I personally need to, if I was a GM, I'm moving off this guy. Because if 50% of the game is mental and 15% of the game is talent and all that stuff, that other 50% mental, them erratic, unpredictable, childlike tantrums that he throws every once in a while or whatever the case may be, I can't bank on bringing that back into my locker room. That's just me. That's you can go into the fans and, that's bad business and all that stuff. But, what kind of player are you bringing back mentally? And we're already seeing throughout the league how fragile just look at Ben Simmons. We all thought that if he got out of Philadelphia, that's all that was needed. But it come to find out, it's much deeper than that. For Julius Randle, you can't be mentally broken and play be a leader and have bad games. You can't be both. It's got to be one or the other. And bad basketball is easier to fix than a broken mind or this sort of erratic behavior, because I don't know when you're going to go off the deep end. I can't rely on you. You have no longer become dependable to me because everything is questionable with your behavior and how you respond. So that's why I would personally move him. It's not, again, that he's a talented basketball player. His 20, 10, and 5 stats are very deceiving and very disingenuous because it requires further context, which is why I also said all the advanced metrics point to the fact that regardless of his 20, 10, and 5, he's an inefficient player. Well, let me not say ineffective. He's an inefficient player. And he's already demonstrated to all of us that he's ineffective without the ball in his hand. So I'm going to go back to Tom Thibodeau and the offense that he runs, or whatever you want to call that thing he calls offense. How does that work? How on earth does that work when I'm trying to run my offense? Like, how does a point guard help that? A point guard bringing up the ball, what does Randall do? He's already shown you he's ineffective without the ball in his hands. But Obi has shown you that he's effective without the ball in his hands. So which one am I going to go with? I'm going to go with the player who can score without the ball in his hands, who can do a little bit more than Randall. That doesn't mean before the chat gets on me, that doesn't mean that Obi Toppin is a better talent than Randall. What I'm simply saying is Julius Randle is not a fit. And for that reason, I got to move off him. That's me, though.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, I was going to say that
I was gonna say I was okay with Randall. Like last season, I was okay. My thing was just get the man a point guard. But after the season that just passed with the tantrums, and then us having Kemba didn't even play the full season, but you've seen a small sample size of having some type of point guard here that that required the ball to make some type of plays. You've seen the sample size. You see Randall's body language. I'm like, you know what? I don't even think I want him here, because even if you get him a point guard, I don't even know if I'd want that here with him pouting about not having the ball and him.
Exactly.
I think I'm good. I'm good, man. I wanted to get him one, but I wanted him here, but I'm good.
I don't understand. I think what really gets me, like, it's confusion. It's mass confusion for me, because it's like, well, I'm just looking at the basketball element. Randall is now become a perimeter face-up guy. He tries to play like he's KD or Giannis, but he's not KD or Giannis. He doesn't have an efficient handle, which is what contributes to all the turnovers that he basically gets in comparison to his assist numbers. Then it's kind of sort of like, if I needed to get him downhill, well, Tom Thibodeau's philosophy is 40 minutes of rim protection. So that traditional five is clogging the lane. Now, you can say, oh, well, go get a stretch five. But again, Tom Thibodeau's philosophy is 48 minutes of rim protection.
48 minutes.
Well,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I mean, I'm waiting for you. Go ahead on Ray. You don't go. You own it. Go. I follow right behind you.
I'm just saying, I'm not seeing the basketball fit, because he's not an efficient jump shooter. He's one of the absolute worst in terms of face up and try to do the whole ISO thing and whatnot. He's one of the worst out of 450 players. I think he's something like top 20. He's one of the worst. So if he's and back his back to the basket and whatnot, he's consistently challenged by smaller guards. I just, again, all these different things, I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, so how does this fit with a ball dominant guard like RJ? And then if I decide to bring in a point guard, it's just a mess. I don't need Julius Randle for what he offers. I can flip that for something that I do need. Yes, like a point guard who is a better complement to RJ. And not for nothing, let's just be honest. Julius Randle is just RJ 2 inches taller. And now RJ will get better. RJ will get better. He will improve. But I'm saying that their style of play is kind of the same. RJ just likes to run more, and that's really it. But he's just 2 inches taller than RJ, or 3 inches taller than RJ.
Yeah, the bully ball game. I was going to say one thing I noticed is when Randall gets the ball, he's so far out, causing him to have to do extra, and that comes down to, okay, well, yeah, you do need a point guard to get him in a better place. Then two, you also need the coach to realize, like, hey, you out too far. We're getting the ball too far out, because he shouldn't be getting it that far above the top of the key and have to do all this dribbling. He's pounding the rock, and then the double team comes. So you gotta be able to have. He needs an offensive-minded coach on the bench with him. But then it goes back to where a lot of folk will say, "Well, will he listen to him?"
Right. That's the thing. Will he? He's stuck in his philosophy, so it's like.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. I was just gonna say he's stuck in his philosophies. That's all. He's demanding type of coach. Go ahead.
To this philosophy doesn't. I look at Julius Randle's game and I look at Tom Thibodeau's philosophy, and I don't see the two actually working. Now, granted, he came in the first year, and yes, we could talk about the fourth seed and all this stuff, but there's so many different factors that played into that. Empty gym, COVID, all that different stuff. And so Randle was able to play sort of a mental free game where he was able to do what he needed to do. And I think that's great. I think I was a Julius Randle fan in 2019 when we signed him and didn't get KD, Kyrie, and Zion. I was okay with it. I was like, Julius Randle, I was talking about him the way that I'm talking about Cam Reddish. Like, he has all the upside in the world and all this different stuff. And in 2020, the front office came in with the intent to move Julius Randle, but then he just balls out of control and has this one-hit wonder year out of eight. Out of 8 seasons, he had one really good year. So I don't know what this. If we're the fan base that overvalues our rookies, what are we doing with Randall? Like, what does that say about how certain people feel about Randall? It's just like I always hear, "Yo, we overvalue our rookies. We overvalue our rookies." It's like, yo, we overvalue these stopgap vets too, like really
Right.
bad.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I,
Um,
I, I, I don't know, man. I'm reading some of the comments in the chat. Pudge is a funny guy, man.
They're going off on us in the comments saying we get off the panel.
It's all good. I know Uncle Freezy's not here to, and I don't know. I hope he's okay and everything, and he's probably got to get ready to go take a nap or something. But
Right. Yeah. You know how that goes.
yeah, but no, I just I appreciate you. I appreciate having these conversations with y'all. I'm really trying to be one of those fans that looks at the full layer of context in both sides of the coin. So it's never just yo, it's Leon's fault. I look at the other side and go, but Leon drafted OB and IQ. Like, it's not all Leon's fault. Yo, it's Tibbs. Tibbs is a terrible coach. Well, he's also one of the most winningest coaches in the NBA. Yes,
yeah.
he exists in a different time, but he has an outdated philosophy that doesn't work in an evolving, developing league. So
See,
he doesn't fit.
you touched on something like that because with the thing about it, we talk about Tibbs being too old. He has to learn how to change. Well, adjust. Change,
Yeah,
adjust, whatever way you want to put it. Because
yeah,
I look at Pop. Give Popovich some young talent and see what he does. So it's all about adjustment and rolling with the time. You can't still, I don't see, you don't how many cats you still see walking around cross colors today with the yellow pants or whatever, green shirts and all
yeah,
like cross colors. You don't see that today. Times have changed with the little sock hat and all like that. You don't see that. You know,
yeah,
everybody, things have changed, so you have to progress. Defense wins championships, and I'm a firm believer of that. Look at Eric Spoelstra. That's off the Pat Riley tree of coaching. He coaches defense, and he still puts it down like that. But he changes with the time, and they put a hell of a team together because of the organization, how they work. This Knicks Nation is in a position, or we're in a situation or a time where we haven't been because we haven't had this many young players. When was the last time we had so many young players like this that you can that we can say that? I mean, because before we never had young players to say, "Oh, he's garbage, he's trash, he won't go anywhere, he won't do anything." Get rid of him. We never had that. We've always gotten rid of all our draft picks to bring in retreads that couldn't get over the hill. The last season that everybody knows of.
Lottery busts.
Yeah,
Lottery busts. We bring him in here and chant MVP. You remember Henry Ellenson?
Yeah.
Oh God, dog it. Hey, I'm sorry about that, y'all, but we trying to break in a new puppy, man. So we gotta.
Oh, it's all
Wait,
good.
what?
All good, all good, all good.
Yeah. He a little chocolate pit bull, bro. We call him. His name is Benedict Mathurin.
Benny.
Come here, Benny.
But
it's just a crazy situation, man. Like I said, you see it even in the chat. Everybody have a disagreement, but man, this season here got Knicks fans at each other's throats. Still, season is over with. People still going at it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know why though? You know why that is? Why we're at each other's throats? Because it's not a clear direction. If Leon Rose came out today and literally said, "Listen, regardless of whatever you guys hear, we are going with this youth movement." You can disagree, but it is a firm direction of what we're doing. Right now, we're sort of kind of in purgatory. We have no idea. Like, we can use all these assets to continue to draft, or we can use all these assets to go get the star. Well, which star is it? Well, it's got to be a star that's connected to Leon Rose and CAA and all this different stuff. It's all over the place. And the questions that exist, there are more questions than answers. So we're consistently at each other's throats because we're like, well, Uncle Freeze's got this avenue and Rob's got this avenue, but he's wrong. And Cullen's got this. And it's like, bro, we're all theoretical. We're all theoretical GMs. Like, we're all fans. Like, nobody's right and no one is wrong. Like regardless of however you want to GM or whatever, it's whatever. But to the random apologists, like I don't hate them, and for all these people that are like, Ray's got a low IQ and all that, it's just like I understand. I get it. Yo, is that me?
No, that's Cully.
Because
Cully doggone cricket phone.
Oh shoot, my bad, y'all. My bad. I was texting. That's why I shouldn't have been texting while I was listening. Yeah, go ahead. My fault.
But no,
Freezy
said it best.
My fault.
Yeah, and I was just saying, Freezy said it best though. Pick a direction and go. It's simple as that.
Right.
Pick a direction and go. I mean, like I said, I'm just sitting back. I was just saying, I'm just sitting back trying to watch it. Just watch it unfold and see if we can figure out a direction. Because, like I said, you just can't blame Tibbs. You can't put it all on Tibbs. You can't put it all on the players. You can't put it all on the front office. Everybody share their equal part of this. Everybody getting this pie. You know what I'm saying?
Why you can't put it all on Tibbs? And they put Coach of the Year all on Tibbs.
Because why you can't? Because did Tibbs sign 2 players that didn't fit his way of playing? No. The front office brought in players, but you got to do it that way, Rob. Hold on, Rob. Let me talk.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, Tibbs gets his part. The players, like with the players, we lost games not because Tibbs didn't put them in the right position. We lost a lot of games just because of the simple fact of free throws, missing assignments. So players got to improve on that.
The Phoenix game.
That's one. Hey, look, the Utah, there was another. There was a few games. We could go all throughout about that. And then the front office, didn't give him the players that he needed to play with. Now with Tibbs being stubborn and locked in the way he's locked, that's the other stuff on him. We regurgitated and brought it up, and rolled a grenade and landmines on that horse. When we're saying just mainly Tibbs, but it's plenty of blame to go around.
Hey, look, I just say just like this here. If you got 2 players that you couldn't use, we're not talking about a whole roster switch. We talking about 2 players. But I did draft you the same 2 players that you could have used that you chose not to use. If you can get Coach of the Year, and it's all on you, and that's added to your trophy case, and then you choose not to play your roster, that's also on you. Now, if you absorb every means of winning from out that team other than playing vets, it's just your one resource, then okay, that's why I can say Tibbs takes the blame because he also takes the glory. It's not just one-sided. I gave you 2 people out of 15 men that you say, okay, that you can't use. And me personally, I don't think that Fournier was a bad signing. But I think what is bad is though you asked for defense in college, and I gave you these defensive players, but you chose not to use them. So that's why I can say that the blame goes on Tibbs. And the front office doesn't, okay, you're not going to be 100%. I can understand that. As a front office, no front office is going to be 100%. But when the coach doesn't put the team in the best interest of the team, he should be able to want to take the 100% of the blame. That's what I'm saying about that.
Okay.
All right. Well, I mean, you're saying, but it's enough blame to go with everybody. That's what I'm saying, Rob. I didn't say that he's absolved for his mistakes. Right. That's where you and I get what you're saying.
Yeah, because they didn't get like exec of the year. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no,
they didn't get exec of the year. He got coach of the year.
They gave him coach of the year, but we've been down the road on what Tibbs did and didn't do long enough.
Yeah,
and that's
but
the whole
that's
thing.
just an old take, Soul Finger. That's just one of my old takes that always is. That's not nothing new. Everybody heard me, and I'm sure you heard me say that. You know,
like I said,
that's not old. That's not new.
My thing is people can't. It's easy to beat up on Tibbs because it's easy to beat up on him because he did this to himself. We need a point guard,
and it's easy to beat up on. To Soul Finger point too. It's easy to beat up on Tibbs because he out front.
Yeah.
Right? If Tibbs didn't talk to the media like the front office did, and the front office was out front, guess who'd be getting beat up on?
Mm-hmm. But we praised him though. We gave him his praise at the coach of the year. So we did both as fans. We did both.
And I look at him like, why does he even take those interviews after the game? After you didn't look stupid out there. Why you even do those post game interviews with these philosophies?
You have to. It's a fine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he is
the league make you do it. Yeah, the league make you do it.
Okay, you're right. I don't listen to him though. I only listen to the one thing he said. Okay,
I'm sorry.
See, my whole thing is what moves what moves the organization can possibly make to improve. Because last year, what happened, what is done can't be undone. You know, we're still in this whole purgatory of what's going on. Because even after Leon Rose got in an interview with Mike Breen, and they were throwing him meatballs with extra sauce so he could knock them out the park.
And he still missed. And he still missed on a couple of them.
Yeah, he was still swinging and missing. It didn't help because do we have a direction yet? No.
Nope.
It's all speculation and a lot of conjecture on that. You know, you can say because Rob put out a good point about stay the course and build. But then you have others are saying, well, we need to make a move and do this. It's still up in the air because I can see building it, you know, taking your time and building, but then it goes back to we've been rebuilding. When we're going to stop rebuilding? It's the everlasting rebuild. We're never going to stop. So you have a lot of folks that lost patience and ready to make a move now. So you have these names, you have certain players that you could possibly go after and go get them. You know, you got, you know, Spider, his name has been coming up a lot. Before it was Dame Dollar, now it's Spider. You know, and then it's a possibility, you know, we got Cam. It looks like we could possibly make a move. You know, could Zion be coming? You know, there was another name that people call him. I'm not saying go get Zion. I'm not saying trade Zion. I'm just saying these are the examples of things and names that have been coming up. So we also got to look at what the media is, and it's all over the place. Because when the season is over and free agency starts to approach, watch how many other names and other things going to be attached to the Knicks. So you got to have to step back.
I say this, look, you can't blame me for my father's transgression. Now, what I mean by that is this. This regime is only 2 years old, so we haven't been rebuilding and rebuilding. You have to let this regime do its thing and don't put
Cully, can you pause yourself when somebody else talking, bro? Because it's like we got a crackling in the background, man, and I can't.
My fault. It's on me. My fault.
No. Thank you, though. We appreciate you.
Okay. So like I say, you know, we have to still keep in mind and always keep it in the front of your mind that this regime is only 2 years old going into its third year. So when you say that we just keep on rebuilding and rebuilding, that's not a factual statement because they only been here 3 years and we have to give them, we can't blame Phil Jackson. We can't go into the Phil Jackson era and blame it on this era. We have to look at it for what it is. And this is Leon and Rose's third year. So we judge them by the third year. Tibbs' record right now, Tibbs got 79 wins out of 164 games. So basically in New York, he still has a winning record. You know, we basically have a winning record right now or close to a winning record. 79 victories. You take what? 42 and 37. We had a 72 game season and an 82 game season. And then that's right there. So I think it equals out to about 79 games. So basically he can be like 3 games under 500. So that's where we at in this regime and in the rebuild. That's where the rebuild is at. So when everybody is saying, oh, we've been rebuilding how long? I think that's an impatient fan because it really hasn't been that long. It's been 3 years.
Nobody said we was patient, bro.
You say what?
Nobody ever said Knicks fans are patient.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. But based on that, we have to say Rob, you breaking up, bro. Right, hey, you was breaking up real bad.
Oh,
it was. Yeah. I think he was in the Matrix just now, so we couldn't hear what you said. Can you repeat what you said?
Okay, I'm saying like now based on what Tibbs' record is and where we at right now, Knicks fans are impatient. That's an impatient stance to take on the team because you're taking a stance that involves 2 regimes when you based it on the rebuild. But if you look at what this regime is doing, it's only year 3. So it's not like we're constantly rebuilding. We have to give this regime a chance. Right now, as we look at it, we made the playoffs one year. We missed it the second year. Was this season, this wasn't what most Knicks fans expected? So you think that moves need to be made? I think chemistry is just as important as just the next year. Everybody knows everybody's takes, and then we go from there. If there's a move to be made out there, of course I want the New York Knicks to move on it. But if it's not, we still have to deal with what we have. And we want to make smart moves. And all that we know about this regime right now is that this here, when it comes to player acquisitions, besides from the Kimber trade, you got Cam, you got Fournier. Fournier's up in the air on different people. But the only bad one we can say that we made is Walker. So 1 in 3 years, let's just keep the party moving and keep the faith, because we're doing well. We're not bad. We're doing well. Not as best as that we all want it to be, but on the overall thing, looking at the whole thing, we're not doing that bad in this rebuild. That's my take on it.
No, you know what? I agree with a lot of that what you just said, especially with the thing. I'm just saying you see it a lot that hey, we've been rebuilding because you bring somebody else new in and doing whatever. It was mistakes made, and I'm saying this season you just got to step back and look at everything that you did wrong, and then correct those. Do a course correct. Saw somebody put in there, in the chat about Tibbs used Fournier wrong. Well, certain players, you can tell some players just want his style, his cup of tea, the way he likes to operate, and everything. It's just me personally. I just felt like when you look at it, Kemba Walker was to sweeten the pot because a lot of fans weren't enthused about Evan Fournier being signed. So you get Kemba Walker because the whole thing is for years we need a point guard, we need a point guard, need a point guard. So you got a point guard and it just didn't work out, and then you did what he did. Besides that, you got to look at the whole Mitch situation. And upcoming with RJ's contract, you got Cam's contract that's going to be coming up. So you got there's a lot of things that you got to stand back and look. And then you're talking about moving pieces. If you're going to move a piece, what are you moving the piece for? Not, you got to move it. Are we moving it for that point guard? Are we going to do a sign and trade for Mitch to get the point guard? Are we going to bring back Mitch? There's a lot of questions. So you have to sit back and look at everything as a whole. But as a fan, you would like to get a little more direction from the front office instead of you're going back and forth and you're looking at everything. But I got to go back to one thing you said a while ago, Rob, is follow the money. You said that right there, and that's one of the truest things that's been said in anybody's podcast. You got to follow the money. So you got to look at which way that money is going, and you can kind of piece it together from there.
True.
Ron is in the building. I'm sorry, I didn't even see. My bad, man. I was working on a thumbnail for something late. I ain't even noticed you here, man. How you doing, brother?
Man.
I love it, bro. I love it.
Man. I'm listening. I'm listening, and I'm listening, and I'm listening. This
when
season,
there's smoke, there's fire. Come on, Ron. Where the fire?
This season was a colossal failure, man. It was a colossal failure, and I was looking at my man IQJ. What he said in the chat spoke volumes. He talked about players regressing. Randall regress.
Yep.
Burks regress. IQ regress. Fournier regress. All them guys early in the season regressed. Oh, getting feedback. Yeah, all them guys early in the season, man, they regressed, man. And the season, and then Julius with the antics. I mean, it was like everything that could go wrong went wrong.
It was a perfect storm.
And Leon gets some of the blame too. The coach get it. And the whole organization screwed up. And that's where I'm at when I look at this season. Ain't nobody absolved from this. Tibbs screwed up by not playing the young fellas sooner, you know, and because of necessity, he had to play them. You know, Leon went and hired guys that didn't fit what Tibbs does. That was a mistake.
Yep.
You re-sign guys that's got a known injury history. That's a mistake.
Yep.
You hit your wagon on a guy in Nerlens Noel instead of putting your money on Mitch, who's the younger of the two, who don't have the knee problems. And now you're trying to backpedal, trying to re-sign Mitch, and then trying to lowball the man when he got other offers from other teams that he know coming. So that's just foolish business right there in itself. So it's just a mess. Right now, this team is a mess. They don't have no identity. They don't know who we are. It's really sad. It's really sad to look at where we're at, man, because last year, I go back to last year, and people say, yeah, we overachieved. Last year is what last year was. But coming off of that fourth seed, you go all in. You go all in to try to make sure you solidify yourself for that next season. Because there's no excuse, really. There's no excuse for the Knicks dropping from the fourth seed to not even making a plan. There's no excuse for it. It's none. So the whole organization get the blame for it. So that's my take on this season, man.
Ron, can I say something towards that? You said two things that I just want to talk about. Okay, you said one thing about giving Tibbs his type of players, right?
Yeah.
That the front office didn't give. Now, look, as far as I'm concerned, a great coach adapts to his players. And let me tell you something about one of them. When Pat Riley was in L.A., did he run the same type of team that he ran in New York?
He ain't had the same players in New York.
Okay, so great coaches
and the league was changing at that time to more bullet ball.
No, it was more like he went from West Coast to East Coast. The West Coast still played that.
The West Coast transition game.
Yeah, they still played that. But once he went East, he played East Coast basketball. Now the great coaches, like as far as when I played ball, high school ball, been on the team 4 years. Every year the team changes and the coach adapts to the players that they have,
right?
Without no discretion. Whatever they don't have that certain type of player that just graduated, went into college, they change the team based on the strengths of the team.
Right.
Why Tibbs has to have a certain type of player after 30 years in the league?
Well, you know what? You want me to answer that for you? I'm gonna answer that for you.
Now it's rhetorical. It is rhetorical.
Yeah. You should know every type of player have passed you in this league. Every type of player have passed you this league. So you adapt to the great coaches adapt to the team that they have. And they make changes based on that. You don't box a great coach in on one type of play, on one type of skill play.
Okay.
At least great coaches and the coaches that I played against.
Guess what? We got to stop calling Tibbs a great coach. We got to stop calling him a great coach.
I didn't. I said the great coaches that I've played for.
Yeah, but I know you making that statement in reference to what Tibbs didn't work with what he was given. So he's frozen. So we can't call Tibbs no great coach. We saw the mess he created, playing players out of position. You know what I mean? So
hey, look, this is where we agree at. But see, that's why I'm sitting around. That's why my point is this here. The front office didn't give Tibbs what he wanted. You're supposed to be able to adapt to what I give you. I gave you skilled players. I didn't give you Fournier is not a bum. He's still a skilled player. For Walker, that's where the problem was at. I gave you a skilled player that you couldn't make work. Now, as far as the lead is concerned, that everybody regressed, this is my other point. That happened around the league. If you go back, I just researched going back into the pandemic all the way up until at the end of the season. The whole league regressed it, not just the Knicks. Scoring in the pandemic was 120 a game. That was Milwaukee. Right now, scoring again is down about 114. We're not the only stances changed a lot of things. And it changed a lot of things for us. The only thing that stayed packed was our defense. We only lost 3 points on the defense, even though that's a lot. But it's not more than a lot of other teams lost. We was at 107. We finished this season middle of the pack at 111. It was the offensive side of the ball, which we all knew right now that we wasn't great with.
Well, Rob, you said that, but just 3 points. But look how many close games we lost this year too.
Exactly.
So those 3 points mean a lot in the grand scheme of things.
I did say it meant a lot. I did say that. I said that it did mean a lot. It made a lot to us because we didn't have no offense. So when it went down around the league, it affected us even more because we never had an offense. We only had defense. And then when it went down around the league, it hurted the New York Knicks a lot more than anybody else.
I'm gonna tell you where we lost. This team was not connected defensively, and we saw that. Numbers can lie in some cases. This team was not connected defensively. How many blown assignments we watched this year that we weren't seeing last year? That team defensively last year was more connected. We didn't play as a defensive group. We played more individual defense because a lot of these guys couldn't play defense this year, i.e. Kemba Walker and Fournier. Them guys couldn't stop a nosebleed.
Bingo.
So that's what killed us. Our team defense was terrible this year in comparison to last year.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, if you put it to the rest of the league, we were still better than a lot of teams.
Yeah, but it don't mean nothing when you at home watching everybody else playing.
Oh yeah, we at home. Yeah. We at home watching because we got a lot of different reasons why we're at home watching.
And then it's the blame of your front office now because the front office gets some of this too. How low is our payroll? Where our payroll at?
Oh yeah, we were fourth in the lowest.
So that lets you know right there. You can't win cheap in this league, man. You cannot win cheap in this league.
But that doesn't mean.
But you got to be responsible.
Yeah, but look, that doesn't mean throw your money away when there's nothing to buy.
Exactly. You don't have to.
Exactly.
But when you're in a position where you can make some noise after you coming off a 4 seed, conventional wisdom is you go and you make the moves, you do what you need to do. I guarantee
but there was
you,
nothing else.
Rob, let me tell you something.
Explain, do what you need to do. Explain, do what you need to do.
Let me tell you this. I guarantee you that Miami Heat team, let Pat Riley would have came off a 4th seed. That same Pat Riley you talked about, let him come off a 4th seed with the kind of ammunition we had, and he had that. I guarantee you, the Miami Heat would have solidified that thing.
Look,
and I knew you can't go against that.
Look,
know better.
The Miami Heat sucked after LeBron. Pat Riley didn't do anything until it was
I ain't talking about after LeBron. Let's talk about the situation, Rob. I ain't talking about after LeBron. I'm talking about with the situation. That's what I'm talking. Don't go back to no LeBron. I'm talking about coming off a 4 seed. The kind of ammunition we had to make moves. You think Pat Riley would have stand pat and gone bargain shopping?
Yes.
No.
It wasn't nothing to buy, Ron.
No way.
Ron, it wasn't nothing to buy. Tell me what you would have bought.
No way.
All right, so let me, Paris, Rob, okay, Paris Duggan, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggan says, we only regressed at MSG. We played well on the road 20 and 21. It's the pressure at MSG we have to overcome. Tibbs' relationship with Randall caused it. That's what he said. I just want to jump in right quick.
That's a great point.
I just want to jump in right quick and say this. The defense wasn't the cause of our regression, right?
Absolutely.
So statistically, we are the same defense this year that we were last year. Statistically, I'm going by the numbers now. I know people are going to say numbers a lie, but what I want to do is I'm going to use a resource for everybody to just go by, right? So according to ESPN Stats and Info, the Knicks had the #1 field goal percentage against in the 2020-2021 season at 44%, right? And that team allowed 86.2 shots per game for a total of 104.7 points a game, right? This season, the New York Knicks finished with the 5th best field goal percentage against in 82 games. They allowed 106.6 points per game, right? And the field goal percentage is, guess what? 44.7. So the field goal percentage against is about the same, and the number of attempts are about the same. Where the difference is in these numbers is the perimeter defense 3-point shooting is different.
And what kind of league we in? What kind of league we in?
Right. And so that's what I was gonna what I was gonna get to is this, Ron. Like, the difference is one made field goal, one made basket, 2 points from last year to this season that just passed. Right. With all of the injuries and everything that happened, Tibbs coaching bad, the rookies not playing, Kemba Walker, all these different things, right? The only difference is 2 points per game. The point I want to raise to that is, and I want to say it because I think we all bring valid points to the table about what went wrong this season. But I think what happens is in our zeal or our quest to point out who the real culprit is, I think we forget the fact that the offense for the second year in a row struggled, right? Right. So if we have to find a culprit for that, in my belief, you point the finger directly at Tibbs, right? So if you want to figure out who the culprit is from season 1 to season 2, I think you point at inconsistency on offense, which led to, because the defense started off. Ron, you remember this? The defense started off 29th in the league.
Yeah, we were trash.
Yeah, and it got better all the way during the season and finished the season 5th in field goal percentage against. Now, I'm talking about field goal because this is a make or miss league. I don't care about advanced stats, plus, minus. I don't care about none. I don't care about none of that. Either you make a shot or you miss a shot, right? And the Knicks went from a team that allowed teams to make a lot of shots early in the season to one of the stingiest teams at the end of the season. And that's a hill that you have to climb. So while I give Tom Thibodeau and his coaching staff kudos for taking this mismatch of talent and guys that are not known to have defensive reputations like Obi, Kemba, Fournier, all these guys, right? We still finished, and I say we like I played, but we still finished.
You a Knicks fan, you're a part of it.
Yeah. And so what I want to get to is and I know it's easier for us to just argue. What I want to do is use some data, because what Rob the Nick is saying and what Ron is saying is just common sense stuff. You don't have to have a PhD from Harvard and numbers and analytics to understand what they're saying, because they're right. They're pointing out common sense stuff. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing. Offensively, for the second year in a row, the offense was inconsistent from game 1 to the end of the season. We started out this season.
So let me ask you a question on that. So you think our offensive inefficiency had more to do with the players that we got on this roster, or is with the coaching staff?
No, I think the front office overplayed their hand. I think they had 5 spades, and they were all low spades, and they thought that they can run the Boston. You know what I'm saying? You can't run no Boston with low spades, bro.
Hey, please don't ever say anything about my analogies ever again, because you hit it on the head with that joke.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Right. That's what it is. That's what it is. They had the 7 of spade, the 5 of spade, the 4 of spade.
So they were trying to escape. They were trying to escape.
Yeah. They thought they can go to Boston on that. You can't go to Boston on that. You can't go on no run on that. You might cut early, but you ain't get ready to, you know. So the point I'm getting at is they thought all they had to do was add a little salt and pepper to the meal, and we can go from the 4 seed to the 2 seed.
Yeah.
And so by replacing Elfrid Payton and Reggie Bullock with Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier, you went from the 4 seed to out of the playoffs, right? You can't run a Boston with low spades. You can't just add salt and pepper to a number 7 from McDonald's and think that's gonna be a gourmet meal. Nah. That's not how this thing works. And this is the reason why I say that organizations that try to skip steps always hustle backwards. When you skip steps, you hustle backwards. So they're like, no, we're not gonna go out and get Lonzo Ball or DeMar DeRozan. We'll try to get by with Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier. And Lonzo Ball and DeMar DeRozan both went to a lottery team, and that lottery team went to the playoffs.
Good point.
Hey, look, what would have been the fanfare if we would have got the Mark Rosen and Ball, and they got hurt in the playoffs and one resorted back? What would Nick Nation be talking about? I'm just taking the survey. Being that we had Nick Dice like that in the same situation, getting a player that got injured, and he was injured the year before. Ball was injured. He missed about 35 games the year before. And then he got this year, and then he missed more. What would have been the consensus on the Knicks fan base as we got out the playoffs? Because Milwaukee would have probably done to us what they done to them. What would have been the consensus of the Knicks fans about Ball and DeRozan giving you 45 and then back to 12 to 17 points the rest of the series? What would we have been thinking about as fans?
OG, I'm gonna tell you this. First of all, you have to consider the construction of the team, right? Chicago does not have a Julius Randle. Man, that's a dope whip. What you driving, bro?
Crazy.
OG, what is that you whipping in? What is that, a Lamborghini? What is it? Hey, what is that, OG? What kind of car is that?
A7 Audi.
Okay, look at my man. Yeah, leave. Boy. Hey, I'm coming up to your house this week. What you doing this weekend?
Oh man, quit playing free.
I'm coming your way so I can eat.
You crazy.
Yeah. But OG, to your point though, when you add when you add Lonzo to RJ, DeRozan, Randall, Mitch, it looks different than adding that to Zach LaVine, Ayo, Kobe White, Patrick Williams, and all of them. You know what I'm saying? Because I think our team with Lonzo.
But Tibbs ain't gonna blow out that knee.
What?
Tibbs gonna get that knee a run for his money. Tibbs gonna get that knee a run for his money.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, man. What I'm saying is in the case where you bring DeRozan and Lonzo here, a rising tide raises all boats. Whereas in Chicago, you only have Zach LaVine with those guys, and both of those guys are inconsistent, and you know it. You know Zach LaVine can't carry a franchise because he had been in Chicago 3 years, and they had been in the lottery every year that he been there. Zach LaVine can't carry a franchise, right?
But Tibbs is going to give that Ball's knee, a run for his money.
I know that.
But if he had him, he's going to put him out there for about 40 minutes.
40 minutes, yeah, right. But what I'm saying,
he would have cracked.
But so even if he did get hurt though, bro, though even if he did get hurt, right? All those close games that we talking about, we lost. We don't lose those games because we have a closer in DeRozan.
But they shoot free throws.
But we have a closer in DeRozan.
You think he's a closer?
In the regular season, yes.
He's a closer.
So then we still out the playoffs then?
No. What I'm saying is we don't play Milwaukee. Instead of us being the 6 seed or the 7 seed, whatever Chicago finished at. They finished 7 seed, 6 seed, whatever they finished at.
Yeah,
right?
around there.
Right. I think we'd have finished as the
Yeah.
fourth seed, fourth, fifth, or higher. Because now you don't have to depend on ISO Randall, right? You don't have to depend on RJ smashing his way to the bucket and missing free throws. Now RJ can just be the young puppy he is around two guys that can get their own bucket and get buckets for others, or help others get buckets, make plays.
Alonzo can't get his own bucket, man. He
No,
can't even get to the rim.
I'm back now. Who?
No, listen. What I'm saying is you didn't hear the second part, or help others get buckets for themselves. Lonzo does help you do that.
Okay, but
and honestly, I think I like the Lonzo Ball Obi Toppin combination.
Okay,
let me ask you this. Can I ask you guys this? Just throw it out there, because just real quick, in this regard, and in conjunction of how we talk about Randall and Tibbs connection, is it safe to say that even Randall was used wrong with Tibbs?
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes.
Because and like I said, either or, because you look at it, like I said again, it's been many times he's been sitting. You put him in ISO all the time, and having somebody else to run with him would have been good. But you don't have to use Randall in the way they've been using. I'm not a Randall apologist. I'm just looking at it from where it is, but he was set up for failure in a lot of ways too. Granted, you want to roll with what you got, but he put that saddle on his back and rolled him in the ground on a lot of things. I just wanted to know that, because
Tibbs took out 2 point guards at one time.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and I would say this to you, Rob, to your point. How would Mitchell Robinson look with a point guard like Lonzo?
You're gonna see how he's gonna look, because next year he ain't gonna be on this roster.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, and y'all got people are gonna be like,
hey Ray, you know they say the funniest jokes are ones that weren't intended to be one.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even a joke. But we gonna see next year.
Hey Rod, I ain't gonna lie to you. When you said that the inner freeze, he got mad. Like Mitch ain't gonna be here.
I hate to say it, man, but that guy is up out of here, man.
Hey Ron, you heard he was wearing the T-shirt, New York or no place else.
Hey, that could be posturing, man. You know all that is? You know what that's called? He can't eliminate the Knicks, because the Knicks is a team he came from. So, that's good. That's good for negotiation purposes.
Hey, Brunson is
drive the money up.
He bouncing from the team that he with. He doing the opposite, ain't he?
His daddy burning the house down.
Everything, right? Let's go.
Yeah. I think Rick Brunson is just trying to posture for Jalen Brunson to get paid, and there's nothing wrong with that.
And that's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, they're doing what they normally do when it comes to the Knicks. You throw out the Knicks and say, look, if you don't give me my money, the Knicks are right here. We've seen this song and dance many times before. Right. You use the Knicks to try to get what you want. Oh, you don't want to get with me? Well, I'm going to go over this way, and I'm going to get what I want from there. And then they're like, okay. And
don't y'all see the tide is changing a little bit in this last year and a half, that people are really like the Zion connection to New York, the Bronson connection to New York. Those are two connections that is real, because his pops used to play, and then we got connections to bring people here this time. So these fabrications of the truth, what may be soever, may be looking like the tide is changing, that people honestly like what we're doing in New York now.
I think we got money. They do like what we're doing.
I'll say this. With the right moves, the Knicks could have been a playoff team again this year. Period. And I'll stand on that. And them right moves can come from the front office and can come from the coaching better. But the right moves being made, the Knicks could have been a playoff team again this year.
I think if they were the coach better, they would have did it.
We didn't strip that thing down to the bare bones. You know what I mean? We just moved out a few players and brought in a few. Yeah. That thing was supposed to keep going. But I'll say this. The biggest, I think, reason why we didn't make the playoffs, man, it had to be the player Julius Randle. And you'll look at that numbers, and said 20-10-5, and I ain't knocking what the man did. You know what I mean? And I got much respect for Randall's game. You know what I mean? But I'm going to tell you like this. When your attitude ain't right, your game ain't right. And Julius Randle's attitude ain't been right all season, man. Right. We all know the antics. I ain't going to go back down and revisit them. But that had a lot to do with it, man. And the effort on the court is what gave me the biggest problem. Because you can do all that other stuff and talk trash. Yeah, I'm gonna hate you dumb down in the audience, the crowd, and acting up on the sideline. But if you giving me max effort on that court, when you step on that court, you ain't taking players off, man. You playing hard. I'm gonna love what you're doing. But Julius Randle took a quarter of the season off, man. And that hurt us. When he decided to play ball, it was too late. It was too late for us.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. I just think, man, what's gonna happen is this: the Knicks ain't gonna trade Randall, and people
I don't think so neither.
He's not getting traded. He's not getting traded.
And people are gonna be mad. And what the Knicks are gonna do this offseason is figure out offensive continuity. Right. I just want to throw out a number here for everybody to understand why I'm pressing on offense. So in the 2020 season, right, the New York Knicks shot 45.6% from the floor, right, and shot 39.4% from three, second in the NBA. The Knicks were second in the NBA in three-pointers made. I mean, as far as percentage-wise. Right, that was the Reggie Bullock season. The year Reggie Bullock got scorching hot down the stretch and helped us make the playoffs. Right, because remember we went 16-4 down the stretch and had a 9-game winning streak. People forget about all that.
You talking about Mr. R&B?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Mr.
man.
Reggie Bullock.
Yeah, man. I'm not a fan, but you got to give people credit for what you know. He
did his thing, dog, for a little bit. He went on a tear a little bit.
Yeah, man. And so guess what the Knicks shot this year? So this season, right? So this season, the New York Knicks shot 43.7% from the floor. The only teams worse than us are the teams with the four worst records in the league. Detroit. Oklahoma City, Detroit, and Orlando are the only teams that shot worse than us, man.
And we lost
the only team. And the Knicks this season, instead of 39% from three, we shot 35% from three, right? And so while it's easy to say, it would be nice to say, hey man, the defense sucked. Nah, man, these dudes they brought in here for offense didn't provide offense. You know what I'm saying?
What Fournier shot from three?
I don't know. 40 something. I don't know.
He did his job.
He wasn't shooting good early on.
Right.
And 40%.
And OG, and this the thing is how much winning basketball did that contribute to? Because going 1 for 10 and 7 for 10 doesn't mean you went 4 for 10 the entire season.
Hey,
that means you had a John Starks like season.
Yeah, but the season is connected. The Knicks are connected to RJ and Randall. When them two play well, the unit plays well. They didn't play well, the unit didn't play well.
Yeah, right. You got to put consistency. That's one thing that's been a trend and a lot, even in the chat and amongst on the panel. You said that consistency, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rob. You brought that up earlier because you said that when you first jumped on, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
That's
part of it.
And the reason why I brought this up is because I want to clarify, right? I want to clarify because people are on Twitter talking about Julius Randle had defensive lapses. Look at him; he just standing here, blah blah blah. Look at the Knicks' overall defense, right?
The team defense was trash this year.
Right, but then when you say that the team defense was that, and then look at the offensive numbers. The offensive numbers tell a different story. The offensive numbers say that this Knicks team regressed offensively when you added your pass first point guard, right? That's what it's saying. When you depended on Randall, the We Here team, the Big 15 team, right, shot 45% from the floor, 40% from three. When you brought in Kemba Walker and other dudes trying to play point guard, the numbers went in the toilet. You know, that's all I'm saying. Like you can't just throw ketchup on a number 7 from Hardee's and say it's a gourmet meal, bro.
Yeah, but see, your team leaders is RJ, Randall, and RJ. That you have to follow them. So when you can't blame the rest of the three without blaming the two first. If they would have did what they did last year, then you have Fournier at 40%. We're talking about a different record. But they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
Right.
It's not the acquisitions, it's your foundation.
Yeah.
But you know, though, it is acquisition to a certain extent, Rob, because you think about it. The two guys you put in that starting lineup, Fournier and Kemba Walker, can't stop a nosebleed. That's going to put stress on your defense. And we all saw it. Every time Kemba was on the floor, and even Fournier, all you had to do was go side to side, and you're going to lose Fournier. You backdoor him to death. He tries, but defense just ain't his thing.
But Ron, we
Kemba
plugged that
Walker at
hole.
that point position is a matador defense.
Yeah, you're right. But
wait a minute. Let me
hold
on. Let me say something. Paris Duggar, are you talking? Wait a minute. Is Paris Duggar talking about my favorite? Come on, Paris Duggar, don't do this. Don't do this, bro. Oh, OG, I almost fainted just now. Ron, I almost fainted just now.
Paris Duggar with John Starks.
I think Paris Duggar is saying that I hate John Starks.
Wait, what?
Ron, he not insinuating that I hate John Starks, right?
Nah, man. John Starks was the heart and soul, man, for me.
Yeah,
because
Ron probably have known Ron on this panel. Ron has known me more than anybody because when we were on
love John Starks, man.
Yeah,
when we were on
one thing I do know, you love Starks.
Bro, hey man, I used to defend Starks all night. Sim used to have to text me, calm down, Uncle Freezy, man. They just man, you ain't just gonna talk that Starks talking. You know what I'm saying? I love Starks. My top 2 Knicks of all time are Clyde and Starks. Period.
Mine is Starks and Ewing.
Mine is Starks and Ewing.
Yeah, man. I love Clyde Frazier, bro. I love Clyde Frazier. If it wasn't for Clyde, Starks would be my guy. John Starks is the only player that all of y'all have seen with a shot in the air to win a championship. You ain't seen nobody in a Knicks uniform, right? You ain't seen nobody in a Knicks uniform with a shot in the air to win a championship. If Olajuwon didn't tip that ball, we are still celebrating right now. We may have went on to win 2 or 3 championships.
All it took is get that one monkey off your back.
That's all you need. And I just want to, since everybody, there's something else I was thinking about in the whole regards to this whole conundrum we got going from the playoff season to this, when you had switched people up, we switched up and brought players in. You know, again, you had to look at it. I'm just trying to be objective with it as a whole. Again, you had Tibbs didn't play certain players that he should have been playing. That we all look at and say they should have gotten more time, gotten them in there to get things going. And we had some that played very limited minutes, very, very limited minutes, while you're leaning on other players, i.e. RJ and Randall. And both played bully ball, and we know that. But and it's safe. We've already come to a consensus that Tibbs did use Randall. He's used Randall a lot in the wrong way, along with other players. Is it safe to say? Could you even look at it as this way? As not being an apologist, as in the off season when we brought these players in to get him that help that he thought he was going to get. One player that you knew he was that Julius was tight with was Bullock. Letting him go, you think that had an effect on the season as a whole? And then also look at it like this: as the season progressed, and he was looking at what he had. Well, even before then, when Kemba came in and we're putting him as almost like he's the face of the team with the jersey, with the new city jersey and all like that. You got him. You don't think that could have been like some beginning of the end, starting to start to crack in the with the team or with Randall himself? And then also with the fact that, as you said, you got two players that couldn't play defense, even though Fournier, as the season progressed, he would attempt and he got a little better and he was able to find his way. You don't think that Randall looked at it and be like, "This is the help you gave me," type situations?
Right.
That kind of build up to have him to the point where he's at. This is not being an apologist or whatever. I'm just looking at it from all angles because it's just.
I would say, me personally, I would say no to that because he had a 117 million reasons not to give a damn at that time. The contract was just fresh. So if you're worrying about, and then you're going to sabotage the whole team from the beginning of the season because you never got quite right, and then it was leaked that you didn't even work out the summer that the way that you did the year before. That was leaked. That you came into camp out of shape. So I wouldn't think so just because of that reason. You wasn't in the shape that you were the year before, and it was documented and it was talked about.
Yeah, that's another thing that came up because now you're saying that 117 mil? You think that he got sat back and got a little comfortable?
I look at more that you've been coming to camp in shape, and then you got mad that people were holding you accountable.
To my Mitch?
No, Randall.
Oh, Randall, okay.
Because you looking back, because now we're looking back at the season and everything, how it's going. You can see certain changes took away. Bullock, now granted, Bullock is not a star. He's not starting in Dallas, but he was a starter with us. But his defense was greatly missed on that perimeter. And then we had games because I was one at first. I was like, man, why we got this cat here? But then I sat back and heard other people talking about, well, look at his defense, look what he's doing. I had to take a step back because I'm looking at him, man. He can't hit an elephant in the backside with an ironing board at times. What is he doing?
Right.
But then when you seeing that he's playing hard defense, and then when you set him in those certain positions where he can hit that set shot and everything, because it's been games that offensively he come on hot, and he may give you drop 12 points maybe in the first quarter, first half or something, but his defense on the backside saves us. So those type of deals. So I'm just looking at the whole chemistry. That's basically what it is. I guess is where I'm going with it, more or less chemistry. Because you kind of broke up a chemistry by not when him walking and bringing in somebody else that didn't kind of fit the flow, and it kind of took away from him and all the other stuff.
Yeah, you compromise your defense for the sake of offense, and then the
from what
offense
Freezy was saying
earlier, the offense didn't pan out to what you thought. The first 6 games, yeah, that offense was humming. The shots was falling in a make-or-miss league, as everybody know. You know what I mean? But after game 6, the wheels fell off. The engine blew, and everything went wrong.
But Freezy established that the defense held throughout the year in the numbers. So
not early on, though, Rob. Not early on.
But early on.
Not early on. That thing it looked good after it balanced out. But early on, we were atrocious.
Okay, yeah. So it's ebbs and flows. Okay, yeah. I agree 100%. But at the end of the day, it held. What didn't held was the offense.
But you know what happens too, Rob, though? This is what happens. Sometimes you dig yourself a hole that you can't get out of. And that's what happened. Think back to this season. We was in the whole season trying to make up ground.
No, that's not true.
After them 6 games, we were trying
No,
to
we did get to 20-20. We did get to 20-20.
But the Knicks started struggling after 2020. What happened?
But the defense was already proven then. We was trending up then. The defense was trending up.
I ain't gonna repeat that one. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah.
What was that, Rob?
I said when we was because we did go. Now we was bailing water early in the season, but we did get to a point that we were 20-20. The defense was trending up. The offense still was a problem.
Yeah, we were having a problem offensively. We started off slow on a lot of things, and it's duly noted that defensive teams take a little longer to get going. Last season it was all defense. Our defense was
from the preseason on. It was apparent that we was gonna have a defensive team.
February killed us. We won one game in February. That's where we lost the season.
Right.
And that's when we was blowing all them close leads too.
Right. And so I would say to that, I would say the front office, and I know I said this a lot, man, but I just want to throw this in there because it's pertinent for what y'all are saying right now. I think when Derrick Rose's ankle was clicky, remember Derrick Rose was
yeah.
And it looked like he was going to miss some time, but we found out later that he would have surgery and miss the remainder of the season. On the spot, they knew Derrick Rose could not stay healthy for an entire season. Y'all knew that.
Yeah, we all
knew that going in that Derrick Rose can't stay healthy. Remember that? Derrick Rose can't stay. So when they sat Kemba and Derrick Rose got hurt, they should have went out and got a veteran point. They should have traded to Dakota.
No,
right then.
And I'll be the first one to say this here.
If you're not gonna play McBride like we all thought they would have probably done.
Nope. Hey, look,
you go.
The Pelicans did it. The Pelicans prepared Alvarado for that same season. Took Graham out the lineup. The same, an aggressive young coach was in the same scenario that Tibbs was in. He developed that young guy, and that young guy prospered in the playoffs. He did not play games. Tibbs played games. You asked for McBride. Hold on, Ron. You asked for McBride. You asked for him because of his defense.
He should have played him.
And that's right.
He should have played him.
No, Rob, I'm jumping on you with that 100%. I'm jumping on that with you both feet 100%.
Yeah, but think about this now, every player not built the same, bro.
No, you can say that.
No, think about this,
He's on the roster. You proved that. That's why you have him on the roster.
Hey, Rob, think about this now. Tell me this, and everybody in the chat, man. When Derrick Rose went down, and they sent Kemba Walker home, everybody pretty much thought it was going to be Deuce time.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen. He kept running. Yeah. He kept running. Alex Burks.
And then he's gonna say at the end of the year, "Oh, I should have played McBride.
I should have played him." That right there. When he said, he should have played McBride. I was hotter than a 6-shooter because before. I was hotter than a 6-shooter, man. I'm not gonna lie. I've been a big, like you had. I'm all about the name on the front, but I like that kid Deuce because that's a tough-nosed, hard-nosed player. And it may not give you as much offense, but come on, man, we're talking about 94 feet of defense right there. He's a pest. Okay, somebody may score. They're gonna score. You're gonna score, but if you're making it harder for him,
it ain't gonna be easy.
Miss some shot. It's not gonna be easy. So if you don't put him in, and you chose to go with Alex Burks, who you said was our best option at winning, obviously it wasn't our best option to winning. Because if it was the best option of winning, it would have reflected on the wins and losses.
And get this now.
All the wins, not the losses.
To the Westchester Knicks game that I saw, where my man RJ showed up at Deuce game, and I remember the reporter was asking Deuce. The reporter was asking Deuce, because he was killing. Everybody knew he was killing Westchester. Yeah. Have they explained to you why you're not playing at the higher level? And this is what this man said. He said, they told me I'm young and I have to wait my turn. It ain't
my time. They said my time will come.
They never said that he had this deficiency he needed to work on. That was the narrative a lot of people were saying that, he needed to work on this. He never said that out of his mouth. So when I heard that, it just confirmed what I had already saw anyway. I'm like, man, Tibbs is holding this young fella back, and I don't understand why he keep playing Alex Burks. And matter of fact, bringing down Alex Burks' value because you're playing him out of position.
Exactly, because there's no way in the world that Alex Burks should have been. That's like, okay, you putting Alex Burks, can he spare your little point guard action?
Yeah,
for a small sample size, but not for 30 plus minutes a game. Come on, man.
Nope.
It's like, okay, that's like me taking Bargnani and making him my 2 guard.
Don't make any sense. Exactly.
No sense at all, especially when you gave up all. But anyway, I understand what y'all saying. I don't disagree with a lot of that stuff. But what I'm saying is this: the thing, play Deuce. I get that part, right? Deuce did deserve to get minutes. My point was, you can't have your season stay afloat depending on the development of a rookie point guard. That's asinine. You can't say, well, our season hinges on the development of this young point. Nah, man. Go out and get a veteran point guard and still play Deuce.
No,
and I agree.
Look,
that's what they should have done. That's what I thought they would have done.
But couldn't you have done this? Derrick Rose been having problems since December. You could have been playing Deuce just to see he was ready by the All-Star break. Then you asked the front office to give you a guard. But when you never, if you never try to play your roster, those are the problems that you have.
We agree, Rob.
And that's the biggest problem. That's the biggest problem.
But I'm just saying, then you go get that guard that you're talking about. That's when I'm in agreement of that.
That's where I disagree with you. I say you go get your stopgap and then you bring Deuce along, and so what happens is that stopgap plays 25 minutes, Deuce plays 15, and then eventually they'll get to a point where they flip flop, where Deuce gets 25 minutes and the stopgap gets 15, and if Deuce is as good as Grimes, eventually that veteran point guard will sit down, and you save him for the playoff run that's coming up.
And guess what the trickle-down effect would have been for that? If you had Deuce playing at the point, then you could have IQ playing at his natural more position, which is the two, undersized two. Right. You know what I mean? It wouldn't have been all that stressfulness for him.
If Willie Green was our coach, he would have Deuce would have played.
Hey, Rob, get out my head. Get out my head, because I was just about to bring something up about that. Because we've seen it firsthand. I said that. Look, granted, New Orleans got knocked out, but he played them. Look, even the kid, everybody was jokingly call him Avocado, who came in the guard and gave us the business. He was an intricate part of it.
Yep.
And it's a shame because
he was an undrafted rookie point guard.
Right, that's on Leon Rose and them.
That boy's tough, man. I like
him.
I like him, man.
Hey, what about? Let me do this. I just want to shift gears real quick because I'm gonna probably rock about 15 or 20 more minutes before I go in here and lay it down for the. And plus, I'm doing Uncle Freezy's Playhouse tonight. It'll be on the same time at the draft, so I'm gonna talk draft and Knicks and all that stuff. Right? Oh, I should do it on Legends. I should do, but anyway.
You got to work tonight, Freezy?
No.
Okay, cool. I'll jump on Playhouse with you.
Okay. So the thing that Knicks content creators don't talk about, right, is the Knicks developing death lineup, right? So and bear with me, the Knicks developing death lineup was Miles McBride at point, Grimes at the 2. Right, RJ, Obi, Jericho Sims. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was Miles McBride at point, quickly at the 2, Grimes at the 3, RJ at the 4, and Jericho Sims. And Tibbs ran that lineup. I saw 4 different times. Against 4 different teams, right? And those 5 guys. Ron, you remember the Miami game?
Oh man,
we beat Miami.
That was a beautiful game to watch, and we all know we couldn't get past Miami at all.
We had lost to them what 11 times in a row?
Man, no, more than that. It was like 13 or something like that. It was a stupid number like that, man.
And we ran out the death lineup. Our death lineup of Quickly and McBride. It's like Quickly, McBride, Grimes, RJ, Sims.
You sure Cam wasn't in that? Because before Cam got hurt, right?
No, Cam wasn't in it. Cam wasn't in it because the scoring came from Quickly and Grimes, right? Quickly and Grimes were the scorers. But you put them. You remember the Miami Heat could not get a shot off.
Yeah,
not only were they missing, they couldn't get shots up. Right?
They smothered them. Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
they smothered them. And for some reason, the Knicks universe don't talk about that death lineup.
Well, I was looking at that, and also we go back to you were talking about Deuce. He had his breakout game against Houston. I know a lot of people say, "Oh, that was a G League team in the NBA." Blah blah blah. But still, you got to go against somebody competition. He was doing that in the G League, but he did what he did against Houston. Had no turnovers, had a good game.
Right.
He made one mistake against in the Pacer game. One mistake wasn't a costly mistake or nothing like at the time. He got snatched. We never saw him again. Deuce was popping up on milk crates.
Right. What about that death lineup though?
The death lineup, see, he went away from it because it's unfamiliar to him. He has to stick to what he wants to deal with. And think about it like this. If those young cats are running the floor and proving that they can play, that makes me look bad in my philosophy. The way I took it.
Right.
Hey, look, me too.
Did y'all see how comfortable Grimes is as a secondary scorer? Did you see? You remember quickly going to the basket, blowing by guys? With Sims on the floor instead of Mitch and Randall, IQ goes to the floor. Y'all, have you noticed that when Randall is not on the floor, when Mitch is not on the floor, IQ takes the ball to the basket?
Yep.
Obi Toppin shoots threes.
Yeah. Well, I would say this. I've noticed this and I know you're gonna see it again because he's not in. So he said those are April numbers. Don't go by the April numbers, but IQ had a triple-double. Obi either had a double-double or close to a double-double when they work. And what I'm saying is you can run that depth lineup. It's no slight against Randall, but if you want to speed up and switch, hit a team with something different, why not put them in and let them go?
Right.
That's the problem. But hey, thank you, Ray. Thank you. Because now if you had a Willie Green, stuff like that would have been going down beforehand. If you had a Monty Williams, stuff like that, Kenny Atkinson, that's all I'm saying. I wasn't big on the signing of Tibbs. He wasn't my first choice. There were other candidates I thought would have been better for this team what we had, but you cannot stay in the same position. If you can't stay in the same position and expect you're going to get change or win more than what you're doing because we regress.
Hey, look, let me make this quote. Let me just make this quote right quick. Y'all remember New Jack City when my boy said, "You need a New Jack cop for a New Jack gangster. You need a New Jack coach for a New Jack team."
Facts.
Yep.
Okay.
Our success for next season will be probably. I mean, I don't want to say 100% predicated on Tibbs, but the majority of it will be predicated on Tibbs' ability to evolve and adjust. If he can't do that, just get prepared for the lottery, which is why I keep asking.
Nah, he gonna be gone. He gonna be gone. We're not gonna even let it get this bad.
I'm just saying.
What evidence? No. To Rob's point. What evidence do you have that you can actually bank on this front office holding that sort of accountability to the point
from what they did from what happened at the end of the year? If you're not playing ball the way that we see fit, because this year the fans was right to play who we were supposed to play, not the hit in practice. We don't know what's going on in practice. Our eyes did not lie to us this year.
Right.
The fans were on point about what they seen.
It just goes to show the fan base is smart. You can't fool this fan base. We are not Minnesota, bro. We are not Phoenix, right? You can't just tell us whatever and think we're gonna fall for it, bro.
We ain't no casual watch a game once every 7, 20, 12 days. We watch every game.
In practice, if they do it in practice, then it shows on the floor. But now we're seeing the show on the floor, and you're still stashing them.
Yeah, now that's the thing that didn't make any sense, and that's why Worldwide West went upstairs to who.
And he was supposed to. He was supposed to.
He had to.
That kind of changed. Tibbs kind of changed after that.
Exactly.
He changed after that.
You right, Ron.
Yeah.
After that. But you know what? I'll say this, man. When it comes to winning and losing in the NBA, man, it's just like in the NFL. Games are won in the trenches, man. And the trenches for the NBA is at that point of attack on that perimeter. If your perimeter defense is weak, you can cancel Christmas because you ain't going nowhere.
Here we go talk about the Dolphins. I knew Ron was gonna try to sneak some Dolphins in here.
Hey, you better get on board, boy. Hey, we got hey, nobody want to play us this year. I'm telling you, boy.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Waddle and Tyreek. My team look like a track team. Nothing but speed up there.
All right.
I'm glad DeRoss said in the chat. Our biggest problem is coaching. My fear is just I don't know if I can trust the front office to handle business, because you had plenty of opportunities to handle business with Tibbs throughout the entirety of the season of this past season.
But you don't do nothing, Ray, because of the player of the year. You'll look crazy to the rest of the league firing Tibbs after what he did the year before. This is not Toronto. This is not Toronto with old dude. Casey had many chances. He had many chances. So when they made that move, when he got player of the
when he got fired, I want to say when he got fired, it was like 2 years removed.
Yeah, but that's how accountability works. It's not just, oh yeah, you won coach of the year, so I'm just gonna stand pat and not do anything. It's like, yo, Tibbs, if you do not play these players, then we can't be here, because we need to evaluate as a front office what we do next and how we move or make these moves. Like, you didn't learn anything, but like the same questions we had at the beginning of the season are the same questions we have now going into this offseason. So
no, we don't. Not me.
From the coaching standpoint, he talking from the coaching standpoint.
No, not me. Not me.
On the coaching?
This is what I see. What I mean by that is this. Understand me. This is what I'm saying. That is not my problem. That's the problem that I don't have, because the cream rise to the top and the world seen it. Now, kids, play if you want to this year. Play if you want to. I'm going to bring down the wrath.
But see, Rob, you're missing what my man's saying. He agreeing with what you're saying, but the thing is, the man telling you is the problem.
No, the front office. This is the front office saying this.
No, but what Ray is saying is that the same questions we have about this coach, you can't trust him. That's what he's trying to tell you. And I don't think you trust him.
No. I trust that if he makes that move that he did last year, that the front office is going to can him. I trust that.
What I'm saying, do you trust Tibbs to do right by this team? Do you trust him to do right by the team? You know what I mean? We all see the same thing.
Yes. You know why? Because now it's in his best interest.
Wow, that's so circumstantial. But that's not how accountability works. That's just circumstantial. Okay.
Oh, everything is circumstantial with Tibbs, because his philosophy is based on circumstance.
Okay, that's fair. But then can you now look at the front office and go, can I rely on you to objectively see this? Wow. Okay.
On the front office,
Tibbs know the heat seek is on his back.
I rely on the front office from what they said. We're going with, it's all about the young, even though everything was nip and tuck, the letter and everything, but he expressed to the public it's all about the young. If Tibbs plays with the young, he's out of here.
Well, guess what, Rob? I think he's going to be out of here, because I don't trust Tibbs. I don't trust Tibbs to do what Tibbs. I'm going to tell you this. As long as Alex Burks on this roster and they don't upgrade that point guard position, he's going to still be trying to play Alex Burks at that point guard. We're going to find out how much he learned from that state that he talked about, I should have, would have. Nah, man.
Hey, Ron, I wish he would. Hey, look, you know what they say? Black people always say, I wish he would.
Hey, Rob, this is the funny thing. When I made that comment about, you notice he changed a little bit after West went upstairs.
Yeah.
See, Tibbs ain't no fool. Tibbs read them papers too, because we all know he worrying about what's going on social media instead of worrying about what's going on with that team.
Hey, when they showed up out there in LA, you remember when they showed up out there in LA and they sat behind him?
Yeah.
The building finished that game.
Exactly. And this is the thing. Think about this. This is the most telling thing. Remember the article came out. Dolan then gave them guys the green light whether or not to keep him or get rid of him. So he knows his seat is warm. He knows his seat is warm.
You know, the thing about it is, when you think about how Worldwide West went up there, you know, you seen Belly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You remember when a man was out there on the street corner with that banana?
Oh, I was just thinking about him today. Yeah.
That's
I don't
what
like this.
World Wide West. No, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
I
Yeah,
don't
you
like
talking
that at all.
you talking about yeah, that's came from Minister
Yeah, it
Society.
came
Minister
from
Society.
Minister Society. That was World Wide West looking at this whole situation, eating that banana
Stay
like
up,
he
King.
smacked.
Don't
I
die.
don't like that. I don't like that at all. So he had to go up top. But all in all, I still think that you talking about a rebuilding team with young players, should have snatched them when we had the chance. One coach, because when the Nets let him go, they should have jumped on Kenny Atkinson with both feet, because that's a developmental coach, and he's sitting right there on the bench at in Golden State. And look
with the best offense in the league.
Yeah,
and not because them guys can shoot, but because them guys move the ball and move without the ball.
Hey, but you know what the most important thing to that though, and what people don't notice? I'm gonna say this, and y'all, I'm not a Kenny Atkinson fan. I think he a clown, right? But here's the thing. Have y'all noticed when Kenny Atkinson went to Golden State, Jordan Poole became a baller? So he took a young guard and developed him into somebody that had Steph Curry coming off the bench. Right? Now, in terms of in-game strategy, Kenny Atkinson is worse than David Fizdale. But in terms of developing young players, though,
very good at it.
Very, very good at it.
Responsible for Jeremy Lin and D'Lo.
Right. I would say, man, I'm not a fan of Kenny Atkinson being head of anything. I don't want him running my cafeteria, right? But if he on the coaching staff and is in that developmental, I would listen. I'll go to Golden State and trade Johnny Bryant for Kenny Atkinson straight up, right? Because listen, Kenny Atkinson has proven that he can take young guys and develop their skills. Whereas Johnny Bryant, Johnny Bryant is nebulous. You really don't know what he's done. Johnny, you don't even know if Johnny Bryant even earned the associate head coaching spot. Right? How was he the associate head coach over Mike Woodson, over Kenny Payne, over all those guys that have been around the league longer than this dude? Kenny Payne played the NBA. Kenny Payne used to play for the Sixers.
You know,
remember the Jeff Malone Sixers?
Freezy, you know what I think that was? I think that was more of a contingency plan for Tibbs. If Tibbs didn't work out, that they was going to slide him in there, probably at the halfway mark of whatever season they got rid of Tibbs, and see what they got in them before they make a decision to go elsewhere. I think that's what that was, because you know the knock on Tibbs was the game of them passing by. So what better than to have a young coach and waiting just in case he mess up the house? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you just talked me off the ledge, bro. I was on the ledge, bro. I was ready to jump. You just took me back. You grabbed me by my shirt and put me back. Yeah, man. Hey, I got to get out of here though, man. I got to take this puppy outside. He done peed. Yo, puppy pee is the worst smell ever, bro.
Oh yeah, it is. That thing raw, boy. Ooh. That thing will wake up a dead man.
Man. Yo, I was at this spot next to an old man peeing one time. I almost fainted. You know how you go in these restaurants, them buffet style restaurants, and the old man come in there with the suspenders on, the pants all halfway up to his neck. And I ain't calling out Rob the Nick. Rob the Nick, you know I ain't talking about you. But I might be. You know, but old man be like, old man, what you had for dinner last night? He like, I had collard greens.
Ain't drinking enough water.
Yeah, man. You like, old man, you can't. Oh man,
you know them old heads like that.
Oh, they go right there. I done talked them up. My bad, Rob. Don't let me talk about you. That was Ray.
Y'all was talking about me.
Man,
I had to put my plug in.
But Freezy, I'm gonna tell you something that we really need to pay attention to. This front office really need to pay attention to is that debacle in the Nets. Yeah. Don't duplicate what they did.
No, that's what we want to do.
They've done that.
We want to run out. Hey, no, Ron, that's what we want to do. Run out there and get them superstars and think we're going to do it quick.
No, we don't need to do that.
That's what Freezy and them want. What you talking about?
We don't need to do that because the shelf life for that thing is short.
Man,
You
look,
gotta win a
that's what
championship with that on
man.
your finger.
That's what
Anything less
Freezy and
than
them
failure.
want, man.
Nah, man.
Them
I don't want no
them
quick
over
fix.
50 guys, man. That's what they want, man.
Nah,
Because they
man.
think they ain't gonna live to see a championship. They want that,
All
Ron.
I know is that dude I was in the bathroom with, the dude peeing next to me in Golden Corral, bro. That dude pee smell. Ron could have knocked you up. What?
Smell like,
that
what,
old man was
smell like
peeing.
turpentine?
Yes, and he was peeing for like 9 minutes. The dude was peeing for like 9 minutes. Okay. Oh man, what you? I'm like, he's like, yeah, your face, I'm out here on the road. Hey, I don't want to hear your story, old man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. But
anyway,
yeah,
I gotta get
He
out of
hit
here,
you with
man.
that side. Hey, he hit you with that side freeze.
Yeah, man. and then Putin on the way to the sink. You know how you know, and then it goes to the, like, yeah, you really get your money worth out of this bathroom, old man.
Hey, Freezer, I know you in Carolina. You said boom. People don't know what that means.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Man, that thing hit. Man, look here. I almost drove out the window, bro. I don't even know what was on the. I just almost jump out the window. I saw the screen for help. I was in a hostage situation. Anyway, let me get out of here, y'all. I appreciate everybody, man.
Hey, man, I
enjoyed
enjoyed it, man. I enjoyed it.
Get some sleep.
All
Yeah,
right.
man. Hey, I'm gonna be on tonight. Me and the OG gonna get on tonight, man, and hang out for a little while. Talk about how the Dolphins botched up the. Where the Dolphins fans at?
Hey, don't worry. Hey, you gonna have to worry with the Dolphins fans at, because we gonna be deep in the playoffs. Deep.
Okay.
Like
Y'all
the
took
Lions
one
the
of our
Dolphins.
receivers.
Huh?
Hey, look, I heard y'all got a new nickname, Ron, the Legion of Zoom.
Hey, I like that. I like that because they fast now. They fast. Even my tight end Gesicki, that joker run fast. He a wide receiver basically playing the tight end.
Too bad
know
they ain't got no quarterback.
Y'all got our receiver Wilson. Y'all took one
Hey,
hour.
let me give you another news break. Deebo Samuel is coming. If not this year, next year. He will be a Dolphin. You can take that one to the bank. You can take that there. If he comes, it's over.
Yeah. Hey, you know Debo from down here, Ron.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, Debo went to Carolina.
Oh yeah. He went to the Gamecocks. Yeah, he a Gamecock. Yeah, he a Gamecock.
Him and the Ravens tight end, Hurst. I'm sorry, it's one of them.
And Melvin Ingram.
Yeah, man.
Wait, Mark Andrews or Jalen or Hurts?
Triple H, Hurst. Yeah. So let me. I'm gonna get out of here, folks. I'm gonna holler at y'all at about 7:30 and hang out for a while. You know what I'm saying? I ain't hung out at night for a while, so I'm gonna get on a little early and hang out for a while with the night crowd. You know what I'm saying? So we can, kind of get things back to. But the Bears are gonna win the Super Bowl, and I will holler at y'all later. Peace, y'all.
All right.